888-267-6891.
Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
As good as the Rams are, as high-powered as their offense is, I don't think anybody's afraid of the Rams anymore. And that's not to say that they can't outclass teams. That's not to say that they are not more talented than others. But there was an element of superiority that the Rams operated with that I don't think is there anymore.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Women's basketball Sunday on SEC Network. Texas A&M takes on number 4 Texas. Get out of my way, I'm out. Aggies take their relentless offense to Austin.
John A. with an outstanding play in transition.
Away to face the hot Longhorns in the Lone Star Showdown.
Lee left wide open as a result. Buries a three. How sweet was that?
Texas A&M at number 4 Texas. Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern on SEC Network and the ESPN app.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
This guy, when he was leaving Green Bay, was considered one of the best, if not the best quarterbacks of a generation. 4-time MVP, Super Bowl champion. So we're going to continue to ask the hard questions as to why such a decorated quarterback with gaudy regular season numbers only went to 1 Super Bowl.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
The Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny.
The way I always describe the Broncos, they have a defense that sets a floor and an offense with a high ceiling. The offense also has a low floor. Not super low. It's not like the worst, but I'm going to take that team given what they're capable of. And then they've got a coach who, I trust as much as almost anyone here.
Check out the Mina Kimes Show featuring Lenny on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is TGL on ESPN, live in prime time. Come on! Join Tiger, Rory, and the PGA Tour's biggest names in a season-long head-to-head competition.
Oh my!
Combining the top players with advanced technology. More screens, more moving greens, more history in the making.
Yes!
It's golf reimagined. TGL, presented by SoFi on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
There's no bad play, no bad call, no injury that we can't overcome.
When they faced a top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
All I can say is go IU!
Number 10 Miami versus number 1 Indiana. Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 Eastern with kickoff at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio.
Brunson, left corner three on its way and straight down the well.
Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks complete a 4-game West Coast trip in San Francisco against Steph Curry and the Warriors.
Hesitation moves down the right post, flips it up and in. Wow, Steph Curry.
The Knicks at the Warriors. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
The NBA on ESPN is happening now, and we don't know who's going to catch fire or who will shock the world. We don't know which bucket will break hearts. What'll go down in the rumor mill or inside the NBA. We don't know how high these rookies will rise or when we'll hear a... But we do know for opening week, finals, and everywhere in between, there's one place to call home. Cavaliers, 76ers at 7 Eastern, and Nuggets, Mavericks at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN, presented by State Farm.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Episode 1136, Shane Dennis Show. Jack Johnson alongside running things, contributing, producing, answering the phones, stuff like that. We'll hear from him here in just a little bit. We, for the next couple of hours at least, would like to hear from you. If you got something on your mind that is pertinent to what we're talking about, you want to pitch in, you got a question, you got a comment. We have many ways for you to interact with the show beyond just listening, we've got a hotline for you. If you want to call us, 316-669-4996. That's the hotline. If you'd rather text, we have a dedicated text line for you too. 316-247-0923. So you can check that out. You can fire us a question, comment, or whatever via text, 247-0923. You can listen to us a myriad of ways. Download our ESPN Wichita app. Highly recommend that. That way you can take us with you wherever you go and never miss anything. New Day with SSJ in the mornings, Clinton and Friends, The Rich Eisen Show, my show, The Pulse with Pat Strathman, and or the program with Seren Petro. All those you can stream on our ESPN Wichita app, either in real time or after the fact. You can go back and listen to a part or of an entire show if you want on our app. Likewise, ESPNWichita.com. Listen live button there for you if you want to listen through your computer, your laptop, your tablet. 92.3 FM on your radio, in your car. Live stream us / follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and our YouTube channel. You can check us out in our natural environment. Equity Bank Park Studio. That's where we are today. So you can check us out there. We're going to talk about KU basketball, of course. And had a couple of texters say they went to the game last night. So how was it? 316-247-0923. We'll tell you about everything we're going to talk about today, including KU basketball last night. But first, we need to lay out everything we're going to say today over the next 2 hours and in what order we're going to say it. And by the way, if you're lucky enough to live stream the show, you got today's lineup down on the ticker, down at the bottom of either our X page, our Facebook page, or our YouTube channel. So you can follow along on what we're going to talk about. All right. Lay out the show for you here in a second. But first, Jack Johnson's got our moment of levity. He's going to try to make us laugh. Jack?
Tim decided to tie the knot with his longtime girlfriend. One evening after the honeymoon, he was organizing his golfing equipment. His wife was standing nearby watching him, and after a long period of silence, she finally speaks. Tim, I've been thinking. Now that we're married, maybe it's time you quit golfing. You spend so much time on the course, and you could probably get a good price for your clubs. Tim gets this horrified look on his face, and he says, Darling, what's wrong? For a minute, there you were beginning to sound like my ex-wife. Ex-wife, she screams. I didn't know you were married before. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's a good one. Speaking of, my wife just got home and she said, I've got good news and bad news. I said, well, just give me the good news. And she said, the airbags work on your car.
Oh, man.
Yeah. That was a dad joke. I kind of expected you to say that one today. National Dress Up Your Pet Day is today. Hot Pastrami Sandwich Day. There you go. It's 12:04. If you haven't eaten lunch yet, and those who celebrate, Hot Pastrami Sandwich Day is today. 5 days to tell you about tomorrow, including National Bagel Day, if you're into that. Born Day, Benedict Arnold, 1741. Mark Goodson, game show producer who created Family Feud and The Price is Right. Mark Goodson, born day. Andy Rooney, born day. Faye Dunaway, actress. LL Cool J, rapper, actor. And Jason Bateman. We'll talk more about him in hour number 2. He's born on this day in New York. All right, we've got to talk about the Kansas Jayhawks and their performance last night. They put it on Iowa State. A little Allen Fieldhouse Magic was at work last night. We'll talk about that here in the first segment. And we'll kind of fade that into K-State and how obviously K-State could benefit by playing like Kansas did last night, but the sentiment and the urgency ought to be about the same. So we'll talk about that. We'll take a look at the Big 12 at large in segment number 2. Also take a peek at bracketology, who Joe Lenardi thinks is going where here on January the 14th. So some college basketball talk here in the first hour. Texter says rock chalk in all caps and about 7 exclamation marks. Another different texter says, I was there last night at Allen, been to many games, the loudest I've ever heard it. Rock chalk. That's saying something. Jack, you wish you were at the game last night after all, if you had to do it all over again?
You know, I've been to some pretty great games so far this year. I thought UConn was incredibly loud, even though they lost, and the TCU game was thrilling. I really enjoyed last night just watching from my couch and not being too up in arms about it. And
well, they gave
you
the night off, man. You didn't have to worry about a thing.
I will never, ever take that for granted. You know, you can always love those thrilling games, but, man, when it's just a armchair game, you kick back and have a couple of beers that I bought and didn't have to say a thing. My wife didn't even know I was watching the game. I was just sitting there, dead silent. Could have been watching Pioneer Woman for all she knew, because I didn't have a peep from about 8 o'clock to 10:30.
Pioneer Woman. Who's the gal that's on the weekends? She lives in North Dakota.
Oh,
you ever watch her? Molly?
That's not Barefoot Contessa. No, Molly. Yes.
Her name's
I know
Molly.
You're talking about.
Yeah.
Molly. That's right. Yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah, me too. All right. Twitter coming up in at the end of hour 1, of course. It has to do, again, with Saturday Night Live weekend update hosts. I scrounged up 4 more, so you can vote and repost there. The Wind Surge made an announcement today. They've got a new skipper. I'll tell you who that is coming up at the end of hour number 1. And we'll talk to him tomorrow in hour 1. So how about that? Also, some NFL talk at 1 o'clock. And I want to meld that into a couple of different things in that segment. Number 1, there is a historic nature of what the NFC West teams did this year. So I want to hit on that. Also, want to give you a chance to win the Chiefs neon sign that we got. We're going to continue to qualify people for that throughout the football season until it's over, and then we'll announce a winner here about a month or so. So you have an opportunity to get qualified to win that. That's going to come up at 1 o'clock as well. And I will tell you where I'm going to be on Saturday for the divisional round. So we'll reveal all that coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. Bottom of hour 2, Jack's going to review a movie, largely because it's Jason Bateman's birthday today. So there's some breadcrumbs for you. Perhaps you can speculate on what Jack is going to review coming up at 1:25. We'll talk about that. Then that's courtesy of Boulevard Theaters. And then I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show. And then we'll get you ready for the Pulse coming your way from 2 to 4. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We lead with the Kansas Jayhawks absolutely punking Iowa State last night, handing the Cyclones their first loss of the year. TJ Otzelberger, I thought, nailed it on the head what happened. And not often do opposing coaches just completely and 100% encapsulate a game perfectly. But old TJ did. Quote, they were extremely well prepared, well coached, like we knew they would be. Extremely urgent to come out and play with tremendous spirit, which they did. So credit to them. It was an absolute beatdown in their favor, unfortunately. And then he went on to say, we looked a little spooked and panicked, and the moment got to us. We know how well prepared they were going to be. We know how competitive they're going to be. We know how much confidence they have, especially in this building. You can tell they've been on the practice court working and getting ready, and they did a tremendous job. End of quote. I've never seen or read a more perfect description of what one team did to the other in a really high level. I don't want to say had to have it, and Jack kind of broached the subject yesterday, must win, but the Jayhawks played like it and channeled whatever that crazy energy the correct way for 40 minutes. And they were never challenged. It was 44-23 at halftime, and Iowa State never led and really never got all that close. I'd have to go through the stat sheet to find out how close they actually got. But I was texting with Jack, and Jack was warning me, all right, just wait, the run's coming. And it never really did. And of all the things that we took KU to task for in their first 3 games in the league play, they completely flipped it on its head. And Jack and I haven't really talked about this, and I don't think I have, period, but I've noticed and kept track of this kind of from afar that KU is one of the worst teams in turning teams over. But when it really mattered, they sped Iowa State way up in the first half last night. They forced 12 turnovers, stand by, and 10 in the first half. And Josh Jefferson had 5 of them. 2 of their better players, Lipsy and Jefferson, shot a combined 3 for 18 from the floor in the first half, and Jefferson turned it over 5 times in his 18 minutes in the first half. But getting back to KU, it's something they haven't been good at. Iowa State, I mentioned a couple of days ago, averaging 88 points a game, 25 below their average last night. And not that they can't win a fist fight, but they play prettier basketball than that most of the time. And there was none of that last night. And KU shoots 51% from the floor, 50% from 3 on 24 attempts. You don't win a lot of games when you do that. And they were +4 at the free throw line too. But any way you slice it, it was maybe their best game of the year. I would run that up the flagpole. I doubt I get too much pushback. If you dominate an undefeated team and lead from start to finish, I have a big time. You'd have to really squint to find fault in virtually anything that they did. And then you would be left with individual things and people that you're going to nitpick at. But all things considered, that was as Jack attested a minute ago, very satisfying for KU fans that they destroyed Iowa State. And I don't know if they put the Big 12 on notice. I won't go that far because it's a 40-minute snapshot. But against one of the best teams in the country, KU had 1.355 points per possession, a really efficient game as evidenced by 50% from every level. The field, 3-point range, 2-point range, and they made 10 of 12 free throws too. Free throws weren't really a big thing for either team, but KU dominated from start to finish. Now, there were some Iowa State honks I saw out there. Not that I was looking, but, and I think both things can be true, that Kansas played that game like it was their Super Bowl. That this is Iowa State fans talking, not me. But I can't totally disagree with that either. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. They were 1-2. They're wounded. They were coming back home for the first of 2 against a highly decorated Iowa State team. And you can, I'll converse with you on whether that was more about how Kansas played or more about that Iowa State didn't play well. That's up for some debate, and I'm sure it's in the eye of the beholder. But for that to be described as KU's Super Bowl, it's usually reserved for a team playing KU at their place. But I can't totally disagree with that either. And the urgency in which they played with the effort and on and on and on. You name it, they checked all the boxes. And we'll talk about K-State here in a second, but they would be wise to play like that tonight too, even if it's only against UCF. You need to empty the clip for games like this. When KU comes in at 1-2 and K-State coming into that UCF game at 0-3 in the league, you knew if you're Iowa State that it was going to be that kind of effort. And it was just too much. From start to finish, it was too much. And you had good supporting roles from a couple of different players off the bench. You had Trey White and Melvin Council kind of mixing and matching in there with Darren Peterson, which Bill Self alluded to after the game, saying that these guys are getting more and more comfortable playing together and not necessarily deferring to Darren Peterson and letting him do his thing every time he's in the game, and then everybody else will pick up the slack when he goes out. Self said it wasn't perfect, but he said it was about as close as it's been with those guys interacting with one another in Peterson's 28 minutes last night. And that was another thing. First of all, there were some issues with his health and how he was feeling, et cetera. And I don't want to make a big deal of it, but it happened again a little bit last night. But the fact that they were kicking the crap out of Iowa State, they didn't really need him to play 36 minutes. You know, he played 28, which I think is obviously a pretty good sweet spot there for him until he gets back and his cardio is where it needs to be and he is in complete basketball shape without cramping up and et cetera, et cetera. But you couldn't draw it up any better for KU last night. And Super Bowl or no Super Bowl, they held Iowa State to 24% from the floor in the first half, turned them over 10 times, and got back to what Jack and I were applauding so much over the last 3 weeks prior to the last week and a half, and that is being dogs on defense, turning a team over more times than statistically you do during the course of the regular year, which in conference is vital to force a few turnovers. And they forced 10 of them in the first half. And if that was if KU played like that was their Super Bowl, I don't think KU fans should be offended by it. But I'm also not going to tell you how to act or think, KU fans. But I don't necessarily think that's a kick in the gut quite as much as some other KU fans maybe do, because KU fans are a different breed. They are pulling for a blue blood, and they're not rooting for a team just to get in the NCAA tournament. Certainly not under Bill Self, and certainly not under Roy Williams, for example. There's a standard there, as Jack has pointed out many times. And if you're not a KU fan, in some ways, you might not understand. But all that being said, KU's back. And can they back it up on Friday night against Baylor and handle a little bit of success, prosperity? Because if you beat Iowa State like that, and that's not to say that they're going to play just like that against Baylor, but it's in there from all of them. 4 guys in double figures, 3 other guys with 8 points apiece. Jack, I will ask you this, because I feel like this is got a few different correct answers. If you had to name an MOP last night, most outstanding player, you would give it to who and why?
Oh, Trey White, and it's not close. I mean, he was 5 of 7 from deep. He really set the tone early on. He has been, maybe the most underrated pickup of any of the teams out there in college basketball, because he's the 4th most talked about guy on KU's roster behind Darren Peterson, Flory Badunga, and Melvin Council. He quietly just does his job. He's averaging north of 15 points a game this season, and I think he's been really good from beyond the arc. I mean, is KU going to have many games the rest of the year shooting north of 50% from 3? No, and I'd be stupid to sit here talking to the mic and tell you that's their ceiling and that's what they can do. Well, you're going to have those one-offs in the same way you're probably going to have a night where you go 3 of 21 from deep. And as impressive as last night was, and as much as KU fans should be able to embrace it and go, now we go, that felt like the first time all year they had Darren Peterson out there and they were a cohesive unit. There was not a lot of uncertainty. They were turned up defensively. They looked great offensively. But what I need to see from this team, for me really to believe things are different, is to have that intensity on the road. And you have 2 road tests next week, a 10 p.m. tip in Boulder against Colorado, and then we all know about what they've done the last 3 years in Manhattan against K-State. And I'll just give you a snapshot of what's going to happen next Saturday. K-State's going to shoot 50% from 3. You can bookmark it right now. That is going to happen. And there will be somebody that is either averaging 6 or 8 points a game that will score 20. That is just going to happen. And that's simply not a knock at all on Kansas State. They do a fantastic job of playing turned up when KU is in that building. They could go out we'll talk about in the next segment, they could go out tonight and lose to UCF. And that doesn't make me think anything differently about what next Saturday will be. Not so much Colorado. They are more than capable of losing that game to Colorado.
Yeah, that's always a weird place to go and try to win a game for whatever.
For sure.
Elevation, I don't know what it is. Yeah.
But it's not going to be the environment they see on Saturday. No. And they know what's hanging over their head. They haven't won there since they won the national championship. And it's a tough place to go into and win in Manhattan, whether K-State is ranked top 10 in the country or they're winless in Big 12 play. And this is a K-State team that, as things stand right now, they are not going to be an NCAA tournament team. But that's the game I'm bookmarking here, where you had the number 2 team in the country coming in. You were angry about the loss on Saturday. You were turned up. You were ready to go. Also, in my experience, I have seen some lesser than KU teams find ways to win games like that and to throttle good teams like that. But where you can separate the good from the great teams, it's showing you are more than capable of doing that on the road, where you go toe-to-toe with somebody in a tough road environment and you just smack them in the mouth, and they never recover. They never get up off the mat, and those Kansas teams are the one that you say, oh, come March, that is a dangerous team. That is somebody you do not want to run into. And I feel that last night they did put the rest of the nation on notice of, hey, we're capable of doing this. I mean, Iowa State went into West Lafayette and bludgeoned
they
Purdue.
did. Yep.
I mean, they
Killed them.
crushed Purdue. And so you can definitely put this win as your Super Bowl win. I don't get why anybody ever gets upset by that. It's not – I get for Kansas fans, you say, well, we've always been other teams' Super Bowl.
Right.
But I thought it was the most cowardice and stupidest argument to make when you lost. Who cares if somebody's turned up for you? That's a compliment to you. If it's a, hey, we treated you as our Super Bowl. Well, yeah, we kicked your ass. We won that game. And good that we showed up ready to play, and you did not. And so moving forward the rest of the year, it's sometimes easy to win when you don't have the target on your back. And they're not going to have the target on their back against Baylor. That's a game they should win. But next week on the road, where you have been awful, and I mean absolutely awful. I believe our very own Chance Lebo had said they're 9-18 over the last 3 years against the spread on the road. I mean, ghastly numbers. So even though these are 3 unranked teams you're going up against, and I would venture a guess that at least 2 of them are not making the NCAA tournament, you got to go 3-0 for me to feel any differently. You can champion this win all you want to, but I also thought after the TCU game, that was your trampoline moment of, man, you talk about momentum. You found a way to win that one, take that into Morgantown, and they played like ass in the second half of Morgantown.
They did.
They looked horrible. And so that's what I go back to. That win is only as good as you make it out to be. You can feel great about it, but wash that damn thing away. You should not even be celebrating or feeling great about that win anymore. It's 12-24 the next day. You're already focusing on to Baylor because that's a quick turnaround. And after Baylor, you turn that attention to Colorado because this Kansas team, they still have a ways to go before you can take them seriously. But I do feel that last night, that was a good step in the right direction. I said yesterday, nobody fears Kansas right now. Maybe that was a good positive step in making people fear you again and fear the name across the front of the jersey.
Not to skip ahead, nor should we, past Colorado, but they're 2-1 in the league and they're 9-2 at home, to Jack's point. And KU is 1-3 in true road games. That one being that game against NC State, that was so exciting. Baylor's 1-3. And I cannot wait to see what the spread is in the KU K-State game when it gets here. Jack, if you'll humor me, how about honorable mention MOP to Jamari McDowell? Plus 30 when he was out there in his 24 minutes, 8 points, 6 assists, no turnovers.
Yeah,
That's huge.
He's a great story as well. I mean, he had in the current landscape of college sports, and I've got such a love-hate relationship with Elmarco Jackson because
he played well last night too.
He did. He tries his tail off. I mean, he really does try to make an effort. His mistakes are all physical, or excuse me, they're mental. His mistakes are making the dumb pass, doing something dumb on the defensive side, but you can never question his effort. Whereas Jamari McDowell, I feel he's a very highly intelligent player. And both those guys 2 years ago could have said, nah, I'm not sticking around for this. I mean, last year's team with how many guys they brought in the portal, they could have said, nope, I'm not sticking around.
I'm stunned Elmarco stuck around.
Yeah, and that shows how much they're bought in, and good for them getting rewarded for this. And we've now seen, and I'm not going to be surprised moving forward, Bill Self only go 7 guys on the floor now, 2 guys deep off the bench. I mean, Cole Rosario, he's been bumped out for Jamari McDowell and Elmarco Jackson. Not that he can't surpass those guys, but if you have games like last night with McDowell and Jackson, they're not losing any minutes. Those guys are going to go out there and continue to get opportunities. And last night, I'm glad you bring that up because he didn't have more than 8 points. I mean, but he knocked down a huge 3 in the second half. And I say huge. It pushed the lead from 14 to 17.
Yeah,
so it's not like it was a buzzer beater, but that was a pivotal moment where it felt like it was the dagger in Iowa State's chances because the shot clock was winding down. Iowa State had hit a couple of threes in a row. And when that goes in, I've been there before as a Kansas guy, you go, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, what really? Yep. You're not. Darren Peterson's bottled up. Trey White's bottled up, and the guy off the bench hits a fadeaway 3 in the corner. Let's just move on to next week. But yeah, he is such an energy guy. Bill Self seems to love him, and to be plus 30, that shows you it's not just offensively either. He was doing his job on the defensive end, and they're absolutely going to need him over the next couple of weeks because after these 3 games they have, oh, man, do they have a gauntlet. They got BYU, Texas Tech, Arizona. I mean, it's going to be 4 or 5 games in a row where they get top 25 teams, and you're just hoping that at that point, guys like McDowell and Elmarco Jackson, they fully settle into the role that makes this a top 15 team in college basketball.
Can you make a little bit more of this, if it's possible, than already on its face because you beat them and held them to 63 instead of beating them 90 to 87? Like, I get the aesthetics.
I see where you're coming
you know
from.
what I mean? Like, stylistically, we don't care. It's Big 12. However you win, you'll take it. But you just showed yourself that you can throttle when you really dig in. And we can, again, carry this over to K-State too. You better show us you're interested in guarding or we're not going anywhere in the Big 12. You hold Iowa State to 63. I think that's more than just beating them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, a couple of those points were in mop-up. You had them under 60 and it was looking like they were going to finish under 60 points. And you can make a little bit out of it because if they would have won last night 100 to 85, you're still feeling awful about this defense and they can't stop anybody. But we do need to see that type of defense on the road. It's tougher to defend when you don't have the crowd on your side. I mean, you could see Iowa State get rattled by the noise of Allen Fieldhouse. Our texter saying, it's one of the loudest games I've ever been to. It sounded loud on TV, and that's going to rattle even the best teams in the country. But I need to see that in a tough road environment where you can overwhelm somebody because that's what Houston does. Houston makes everybody uncomfortable no matter where they're playing, and this Kansas team has yet to do that. They have defensive lapses. They don't rebound. They don't guard the 3 well when they're on the road, and they'll get that opportunity. And I got to call myself out before Big 12 play because I'm an idiot and I can make stupid takes from time to time. I said I don't see them losing to many teams that are inferior to them because they defend so well.
Right.
And what do those teams need to do to beat the better teams? You got to have your best offensive performance. And lo and behold, they lose 2 games to inferior teams right from the get-go. That's still possible in happening the rest of the way. We know they can win in Allen Fieldhouse. And I feel a lot of people last night stayed away from that line because Iowa State's clearly the better basketball team, but it's Allen Fieldhouse. And I would say that most coaches in the conference go, well, when you're playing Kansas, you have them twice on the schedule. we're fine with the split. We're
Sure.
just not going to sweep them.
Yeah.
No matter if Kansas is a tournament team or not, and they've always been a tournament team. But you know what? 1 seed or 7 seed. It's always going to be tough to go and win there. And that's why I feel for this Kansas team, you want us to take you seriously. You want us to believe that you can go toe-to-toe with Arizona and Houston when it matters most. Go into Boulder on Tuesday and win that game by 15, where the crowd is just sitting on their butts for the final 10 minutes of it. I expect it to be close because it's still a 10 p.m. tip, but that's what makes you look at this game differently, because there's still a chance they go out on Friday and Baylor hangs 85, and we're back to square one with this defense. But I do believe it was a great step in the right direction. The key for this team, as it was for the previous two before them, you got to find ways to win on the road, because that's what makes you a top 3 team in this conference.
Who's doing what in the conference, and how can K-State learn from what happened in Allen Fieldhouse last night? We'll let you know next, 12:31.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Ready to rock the vault? Every Saturday in January at Rock and Brews Casino. One lucky winner walks away with $10,000 cash. Lead-up drawings start at 7 p.m. And at 10 p.m., the vault opens and the cash could be yours. Start earning entries December 28th. Play more, win big, and rock the vault every Saturday at Rock and Brews Casino. Rock and Brews Casino, I-35 exit 231, owned by the Ka Nation.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you. AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing options, reducing your insurance premiums and promising this is the last roof you'll ever need installed. Contact them for a no-pressure consultation and learn how AR Roofing can help you protect your home from hail, wind, and storm damage today. Affordable financing options available. Contact them at 316-242-0214 or on their website at arroofing.com.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. A new year brings a smarter, stronger way to drive. So jump into the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Custom 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or get 1.9% financing. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the 2025 Chevy Suburban Premier 4x4, combining style and performance. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus title, tax, and administrative fees expire February 2nd, 2026.
AMR Clinical is welcoming adults 18 and older with type 2 diabetes to take part in an innovative clinical research study focused on weight management. If you're overweight or obese, have been on stable diabetes therapy for at least 3 months and meet additional criteria, you may qualify. Participants will receive all study-related care and investigational medication or placebo at no cost and may be compensated up to $7,700 for time and travel. Call AMR Clinical today, 316-867-6329, or visit amr-clinical.com.
Hey, ESPN Wichita, we're getting you ready for the NFL's divisional round at Gillies and Park City this Saturday. Come hang out with us at the Golden Circle Sports Bar on the 3rd floor with 2 50-foot screens as the football season barrels towards Super Sunday. Every seat is the best seat in the house at the Golden Circle on game day. Come enjoy some good eats, nice cold beverages, Saturday the 17th at Gillies Park City with ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. The composer of this song was born today. That's the theme from The Love Boat. And if you're of a certain age, I got to imagine you have pretty fond memories of watching The Love Boat. That was a great show. But Jack Jones, born day today, composer of The Love Boat. Happy birthday, R.I.P. It's 12:35. I need to talk a little K-State basketball now, and we'll kind of meld that into what's the Big 12 looking like right about now, who did what. Texter astutely pointed out that Houston made West Virginia look like a bunch of high schoolers in the first half of that game last night. Houston 4-0, 16-1 overall, still unbeaten in the league, along with Arizona and BYU. Really hard to differentiate between those three teams, i.e., who's the best. Joe Lunardi agrees. By the way, 3 Big 12 teams are either on his first 4 out or next 4 out list on the wrong side of the bubble. One of those playing KU on Friday. That's Baylor. He's one of their first 4 out, along with TCU. Next 4 out, in other words, teams ranked 73 to 76 that didn't make the cut, is a fading Oklahoma State team. So far, Oklahoma State 1-3 in the league after a really good non-con. So, of course, we know that K-State, Cincinnati, and Utah are the teams still looking for a win inside the conference. You have 4 teams that have won only once: TCU, Arizona State, Baylor, and Oklahoma State. Of course, Arizona State's one is K-State last time out. And then West Virginia with a loss last night. They're now 2-2, tied with KU right in the middle of the pack. And Iowa State lost for the first time last night, of course. Texas Tech, UCF, and Colorado, all 2-1 in the league. Of course, UCF up next for K-State. And comparing them to KU is probably a little bit apples to oranges. K-State a little more offensive-minded than KU is. But they have got to tonight, because of the opponent and just because, they've got to find somebody or multiple somebodies that are interested in guarding, that are interested in rebounding, and interested in getting stops, like KU was able to almost all the 40 minutes last night. Now, I wouldn't expect K-State to hold UCF to 63 like KU did to Iowa State, but they can't let them score 85, 87 and try to win an NBA game. That has not worked out so far in the league. And again, Jerome Tang pointed this out. We played the audio for you last week, and there's not a gigantic surprise that they're 0-3 considering who they played and where they played them. And Jerome Tang pointed this out. Head coaches are wont to do. 2 of the 3 losses came to BYU at home and at Arizona, 83-73 and 101-76. It was the first time that the Wildcats have started league play with consecutive top 10 opponents, and the first time in 4 years that they have started 0-3 in Big 12 play. But they are allowing in those 3 games, and this was very similar to KU before last night. KU had given up 89 points per game in their first 3. K-State's allowing 90.3 points per game through 3 games. They're last in the Big 12 in rebounds and rebounding margin. And opponents are averaging 21 second chance points per game. That cannot happen tonight. And some of it is physicality, but a lot of it is want to. And to borrow a phrase from our very own Paul Mills, there are a lot of TNT things that K-State would be wise to outdo UCF in. And TNT means takes no talent. You got to dig in, K-State, if you want to dig out of this hole. And it's on a side of the ball that they're not crazy about doing, and that's playing defense and rebounding. But UCF, as KU fans found out, off to a good start. Their only losses coming to Vanderbilt, who still hasn't lost, and Oklahoma State, who was playing a lot better then than they are now. The loss in Stillwater by UCF snapped an 11-game winning streak that included wins over Kansas, Pittsburgh, and A&M. 4 players in double figures for them. And they got a point guard that's averaging 7 assists per game. I would imagine that K-State does come out with their hair on fire, but it is a 40-minute game after all. And they're going to have to, in my opinion, do something that they haven't been comfortable with pretty much all year, and that is win a game defensively. I'm not exactly sure if they're capable of it, but I'm dying to watch and dying to find out. So of those Big 12 teams in the NCAA tournament, if the tournament started today, according to Joe Lunardi, Arizona, not surprisingly, a 1 seed. They and Michigan are everybody's number 1. Iowa State, I don't know exactly if that loss to KU would have knocked them off the 1 line, but Lunardi's got them as a 1 also. So 2 Big 12 teams are 1 seeds in the estimation of Joe Lunardi and bracketology. Again, 3 teams are among 8 teams that are either the first 4 out or next 4 out residing in the Big 12, TCU, Baylor, and Oklahoma State. So they are in the mix, but they all have work to do. KU, if you're curious, has dropped to a 6 in Lunardi's bracketology. They would be a 6 seed in Oklahoma City. Although if playing in Oklahoma City means being a 6, then that might be a trade-off KU fans would take. It's interesting. Now, the chance of this happening is infinitesimal because it's January the 14th. But I don't know if you all knew this or not, and I didn't before today. George Mason has lost only once. And as of right now, Lunardi has KU as a 6 taking on George Mason, the 11. So keep your eyes on George Mason and see if they can keep up the pace that they're on. The other 2 teams in the Oklahoma City bracket are very interesting too. Nebraska, who is slated as a 3 right now, and Temple, Lunardi's team out of the American, to make it into the dance as a 14. Now that will probably be pretty fluid the rest of the way because as it stands right now, the American is a 1-bid league, and who knows who the representative would be and the best seed that they can get. But rough year for the American, not to make it about the American, but Temple is a representative for the American, according to Lunardi. BYU, a 3 seed in Portland. Other teams, UCF, an 8 seed in Philadelphia. Iowa State, of course, the 1 seed. They would be playing in St. Louis if the tournament started today, according to Lunardi. And the team that we referenced with Mark Adams the other day, Miami of Ohio, out of the MAC, an 11, projected to take on Tennessee in Buffalo. So there's and Texas Tech, by the way, a number 4 seed. So there's a kind of a quick cursory look at bracketology. If the tournament started today, 7 teams out of the Big 12 projected by Lunardi to get into the big dance. So K-State with a big one tonight. KU with a redeemer type game on Friday. Back it up, approve it to me. Game against Baylor coming up on Friday. And you can hear that game right here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, of course. Speaking of, tomorrow, we got overtime tonight at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow, we have NBA action for you. Stay up a little later and listen to the Knicks and the Warriors. That is at 8:30 Thursday night right here on the channel. And then the coverage with KU and Baylor is at 5:30 on Friday. So a rare Friday night game for KU as they'll take on the Bears at Allen Fieldhouse with tip at 7. Pregame festivities starting at 5:30 with Brian Haney and the gang. Also on our YouTube channel, we'll have Heights and Northwest, our high school game of the week with Chance Lebo coming up on Friday night as well. And some SEC basketball, at least on the slate right now. Noon tip on Saturday between Alabama and Oklahoma. So if you want to listen to some SEC play-by-play, hoops coming your way on Saturday. And then a special edition of this show on Saturday that I'll tell you more about in the 1 o'clock hour. What about and where? That's coming your way in about 15 minutes from right now. So K-State with a big one tonight. They entertain UCF. UCF can make a statement. If they get to 3-1, might be the leader in the clubhouse as far as surprise team is concerned and who's going to challenge for the upper tier in the Big 12 to join the big boys, Houston and Arizona, after Iowa State fell from the ranks of the unbeaten at the hands of Kansas last night. All right, when we return, we shift gears and go to the Twitter question like we always do at about this time. It has to do with weekend update anchors for SNL. I've got 4 more up there for you to vote and repost. If you would like to do so, we would appreciate that. So we'll talk about that. And also, we will mix in a little bit of Wind Surge talk as they made an announcement as far as their coaching staff is concerned. We've got a brand new skipper. We'll tell you who that is and where Brian Dinkelman is going. So that comes your way on the other side of this break. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll mix in some NFL talk. I'll talk about the historic nature of the NFC West and what they did this year and who all's still going. All 3 of those juggernauts are still in the playoffs. So we'll talk about that. I'll tell you where I'm going to be on Saturday. We will qualify you to try to win the Bud Light neon sign, the Chiefs version of it, over my right shoulder up on the fridge. So perk your ears up for that. I'll ask you to text later on in hour number 2. And also a movie review brought to you by Boulevard Theaters. Jack will review a scream of a comedy with a star-studded cast, one member of which celebrating a birthday today. So we'll talk about that coming up in hour number 2. But when we return, it is the Twitter question, SNL style. Talk about that next, 1247.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday, turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Norfolk, Illinois.
Head to Gillies Park City for live music and our legendary honky tonk. This month, don't miss Dirty Bourbon Band the 16th and 17th. Wednesdays belong to the ladies. No cover, just good times. Enjoy mouth-watering barbecue, 1,000 slot machines, non-stop arcade action, and trackside racing. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings, where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthrough, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio.
Left corner three on its way and straight down the well.
Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks complete a 4-game West Coast trip in San Francisco against Steph Curry and the Warriors.
Flips it up and in. Wow, Steph Curry.
The Knicks at the Warriors. Coverage begins Thursday at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Wichita's home for the NBA. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
It's the great Jeff Tate's birthday, lead singer for Queensryche, when they're all together. Anyway, the original band members. It's 12:51. Time now for the Twitter question. And it is brought to you today by Ribbit Computers. If you have something wrong with your phone, or in my case, a few months back, you need a laptop, go to Ribbit Computers. But if there's something screwed up with your phone, you got a cracked screen, battery won't charge, just old phone, period. And it can be fixed. Ribbit Computers has you covered. They've been Wichita's go-to for fast, affordable phone repairs for over 20 years. Most fixes are done same day. Walk-ins always welcome. Don't wait days or spend a fortune. Hop into Ribbit Computers and get your phone back up and running today, or buy a laptop like I did. Highly recommend. North Rock location for me anyway, but Ribbit Computers will take care of your phone. They are responsible for today's Twitter question at ESPN Wichita. Head on over there, won't you? And vote for us. What about these 4 old school SNL update hosts? I managed to scrounge together 12 of them. Here are the final 4 for you to pick from. The results predictable, but still got 20 hours left to vote and share with your peeps too. These 4 to pick from: Jane Curtin, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, Colin Quinn, or Jane Curtin and Dan Aykroyd. So we got a couple of combos and a couple of solos, including Jane Curtin in both. So far, Amy Poehler and Tina Fey, 45.5% of the votes so far. So they're outdistancing the 3 other options that you have there. I'll ask you, Jack, I think I know the answer to this, but who's your favorite old school SNL update host or combo?
Yeah, I feel I'd be remiss in not saying Chevy Chase. He's just the one who started it all. Of course, I also enjoyed the times with Jimmy Fallon. I also thought Seth Meyers did a pretty good job. Amy Poehler when they had the combo there. But I got to go back to the OG, which would be Chevy Chase.
Okay. No love for Norm Macdonald. Sad.
Oh, yeah.
He was there for
I guess
a while.
I guess I could have picked Norm.
Did we
talk?
Did we talk about the reason allegedly that Norm Macdonald was kind of shoved out from Weekend Update?
I feel when you tell this story, I'm going to say, oh yeah, I do remember that, but it wasn't a very clean exit, was it?
No, it wasn't. If depending on who you believe, if you're of a certain age and you can watch, there's a channel that plays Saturday Night Live reruns that I've stumbled upon, and it's fantastic. But if you're of a certain age and you remember Norm Macdonald being the Weekend Update host, you in the mid 90s, pretty much every show had him telling a joke about O.J. Simpson getting away with murder. And rumor has it that Don Ohlmeyer, who was an exec at NBC at the time, he and OJ were golf buddies. Like they were friends. And like I said, depending on who you believe, the story goes that Don Ohlmeyer started with suggesting that Norm not tell any OJ jokes regarding getting away with murder. And it became more and more apparent that Norm was ignoring him and was going to continue to tell the jokes. By the way, in our first Twitter foursome, Norm won over Chevy Chase. He got 70.6% of our vote.
Man,
Norm McDonald.
now I feel bad.
Yeah. But anyway, Norm basically, and I don't know that he ever said no to Don Ohlmeyer's face in regards to, will you please stop telling OJ jokes? But he kept on. And again, according to stories, it wasn't because he wasn't funny anymore or people didn't think he was funny anymore. It was that Don Ohlmeyer said, all right, I warned you. Now you're out. And now we'll never know because Norm's gone. But just so you know, all y'all, if we want to carry this through and have the finals tomorrow, it would be Norm McDonald versus Colin Jost and Michael Che because they won yesterday. And it will probably be Amy Poehler and Tina Fey up against those other two. So that's what's going on right now in our SNL little mini tournament as far as weekend update desk hosts and combo hosts. So head on over there, will you? Vote, repost, helps out. Before we get to hour number 2, there was some news out of Wichita right here at Equity Bank Park that the Minnesota Twins have announced their 2026 minor league coaching staffs, including the staff here with the Wind Surge. Now, you'll recall last year that Brian Dinkelman was the manager and joined us quite often here in studio. Very nice of Dink to do that. But he is gone. And like players, they stop in Wichita with the hopes of moving on and moving up. And Dink is. He's going to be the skipper at AAA St. Paul. So congratulations to Brian Dinkelman, who gets a promotion after the one season here in Wichita. Nico Giratano is going to be the new manager of the Wind Surge. Nico is 31 years young, and he managed the Florida team last year, the FCL Twins, the Florida Complex League is what it's called. He managed them to a 39-20 record and a division title in 2025. So when you talk about Cedar Rapids and Wichita and winning a lot over the last 3 or 4 years, or in the Wind Surge case, pretty much every year in their existence, used to winning a lot under Ramon Borrego and then last year with Brian Dinkelman. Well, apparently Nico Giratano is used to winning too at the Florida Complex League. He spent the 2023 and 2024 seasons as a developmental coach at the Twins Florida Complex. Before that, broke into coaching in the Seattle Mariners Dominican Summer League in 2022, played collegiately at San Francisco, University of, and he was drafted by the Giants in the 24th round back in 2017, played in the Giant system for 3 years, and then hung up his cleats and started coaching. So he is he's a young lad, and we look forward to talking to him, and we are scheduled to talk to him tomorrow. So Nico Giratano, the new skipper for the Wichita Wind Surge, it was announced earlier today. There are a couple of people returning as far as the coaching staff to Wichita from a year ago. One of the hitting coaches, one of the pitching coaches, returning to Wichita again this year. But no more Dink. He goes on to AAA St. Paul. So we wish him the best up there in his quest to try to get to the big leagues as a coach/manager. But Nico Giratano, 31 years young, will be the Wind Surge skipper starting in 2026. And we'll do the best job we can to run him down tomorrow in the 12 o'clock hour. So if you want to hear from the new Wind Surge skipper, tune in tomorrow around 12:25. We'll try to have him on then. All right. When we return, the divisional round of the NFL playoffs is upcoming this weekend, and I'll be on location. I'll tell you where, and we'll talk a little football when we come back. Hour number 2.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
There's no bad play, no bad call, no injury that we can't overcome.
When they face the top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
All I can say is go on you!
Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 on your home for college football. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today. Are you tired of replacing your roof every 5 years? AR Roofing has permanent solutions for you. AR offers both stone-coated steel and indestructible rubberized roofing options, reducing your insurance premiums and promising this is the last roof you'll ever need installed. Contact them for a no-pressure consultation and learn how AR Roofing can help you protect your home from hail, wind, and storm damage today. Affordable financing options available. Contact them at 316-242-0214 or on their website at arroofing.com.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. A new year brings a smarter, stronger way to drive. So jump into the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Custom 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or get 1.9% financing. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the 2025 Chevy Suburban Premier 4x4, combining style and performance. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tag, title, tax, and administrative fees expire February 2nd, 2026.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV is your home for Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on RV roof coating for the ultimate protection of your RV. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant, lasts 3 times longer than your traditional rubber sheet roof, and includes a Toppers Plus lifetime leak-free guarantee. Get your free RV roof inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV. Upgrade your RV at 333 Northwest Street or check us out at toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you!
Pay heed, all who enter.
A SWAT on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown, the behind the back, and a 3-point dagger.
The legacy continues right here.
Chalk it up, the Jayhawks win.
On your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Friday night at 7, the Jayhawks take on Baylor on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Born Day Mike Tramp, lead singer for White Lion. Hour number 2, Shane and Jack with you, leading up to the Chulse coming your way at 2:02. So a little less than an hour from right now, we'll hear from Old Chance. We'll talk to him after a while, but we'll get you ready for that. He's in for Pat today from 2 to 4. So we'll check in with him during IOJY, which is after Jack's movie review, which will come your way in about 20 minutes or so. If you don't think the movie that Jack is about to review is funny, then I'm not sure we can be friends. So, warning. And once we get there, text me if you don't think that's a good movie. How about that? 316-247-0923. We'll reveal here in 20 minutes or so. First, though, a couple of things I want to get to regarding the NFL weekend coming up. First of all, it's the divisional round, and we will get you ready for said round coming up on Saturday on location. Tell you where I'm going to be coming up here in just a second. But on Saturday at 3:30, it'll be the Broncos hosting the Bills. And then the night game is the 49ers at the Seahawks. So a little doubleheader for you there. Bills, Broncos in the AFC, Seahawks, 49ers in the NFC. We'll talk more about the NFC and the NFC West here in just a second. But then on Sunday, it'll be the Texans at the Patriots at 2, followed by the Rams at the Bears at 5:30. So the divisional round almost upon us here in just a couple of days. And I will be out at Gillies, Park City, yet again. And not only that, I'll be doing a show from out there. It's a special 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock divisional round show, getting you ready for the pregame show, which will get you ready for the actual games. But I'll be out there. We'll have a little fun, get you ready for some NFL football. And I completely 100% invite you to come out and see me. I will be at the Golden Circle Sports Bar on the 3rd level. Again, if you haven't been out to Gillies yet, you need to treat yourself. This is a perfect example. Come out on Saturday. Come see me. I'll be on the 3rd floor, right off after you get off the escalator on the 3rd floor, over to your left a little bit by the back wall with all the framed jerseys. I'll be back there. I'll have some T-shirts for you. I'll have some koozies for you, some other cool giveaways. And just come on by, say hi, and we'll have some fun at Gillies. But I'll be out there on Saturday getting you ready for the divisional round. Now, when it comes to the NFC West, I wanted to at least give them their due, all due respect to the Arizona Cardinals. But Yahoo Sports had a pretty good piece up on the NFC West and how they kicked everybody in the NFL's butt except themselves because, well, you got to play each other twice a year. But the Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers make up nearly half of the remaining playoff field. And they actually are, unfortunately, for the 49ers and Seahawks, playing one another. But this late in the playoffs, you can't avoid it. There are only 4 teams left, and they kept them split up for as long as they could by circumstance, not on purpose. But this year in the NFC West, it was a really, really exclusive club that the Rams, 49ers, and the Seahawks find themselves in. Just the 4th division in NFL history to have 3 teams in the divisional round. And Seattle, of course, had a bye, so we'll get our first look at them in the playoffs coming up this weekend. Los Angeles, San Francisco winning their wild card matchups. The other 3, it only happened 3 other times. 1992's NFC East, the Cowboys, Eagles, and the Redskins all made the Elite 8, as it were, with Dallas ultimately winning the Super Bowl and starting a dynasty that would see them win 3 titles in 4 years. So the first, Emmett, Aikman, and Playmaker, that bunch, the first of 3 happened in 1992. And in that same year, the Eagles and the Redskins made the divisional round too. Back in 1997, the NFC Central, the North predecessor, sent the Vikings, Packers, and Buccaneers to the divisional round. And the Packers fell to John Elway's Broncos in that year's Super Bowl in Green Bay's quest to win back-to-back titles. And then in 2022, the NFC East did it again with Cowboys, Eagles, and the Giants in the final 8. And, of course, then Philly reached the Super Bowl where they lost to the Chiefs in Super Bowl LVII. So only 3 other times has a division that been this dominant and hung around this long. The 49ers, Rams, and Seahawks went 6-6 against each other during the regular season and 32-7 against everybody else. 82% win percentage against teams that weren't in the NFC West, although Arizona, I guess I misspoke. But when the 49ers, Rams, and Seahawks didn't play each other, they were 32-7. So we'll see what happens with the Rams and the Bears, because that's the only opportunity that the NFC West will have to improve on that record, because the Seahawks and 49ers play each other. 316-247-0923. If you got thoughts on the divisional round, you want to talk about that. Also, speaking of the text line, let's do this now, shall we? The Kansas City Chiefs neon sign by Bud Light over my right shoulder. If you're live streaming the show, it's set up there on the fridge. And I don't think I'm wrong in saying that this is bigger than the other two that we've given away. This is a big, big sign, and it's cool. And it will look good in your garage. It would look good in your man cave or wherever the heck you want to put it. But in order to have an opportunity to win it, text the words Bud Light to me right now, 316-247-0923. If you haven't qualified for it yet, you haven't been contacted by Pat that you are in the running to win it, then shoot us a text right now. Text Bud Light to 316-247-0923. You're only going to have a couple more chances to try to win that bad boy. We'll have a couple more weeks of playoff football, and every Wednesday from now until we're done, I'll give you a chance on my show to qualify to win that Chiefs Bud Light sign. So text Bud Light 316-247-0923. Speaking of that, we will pick the 4 divisional games tomorrow during Pick 6. By the way, we all went 4-4 this past weekend. So no blood between myself, Chance Lebo, and Jack Johnson as we round out or wind down Pick 6. But we'll do the 4 divisional games. We'll have a wild card in there, and I got to come up with a couple of props in order to give us more than 6 games, because Pick 6 always has more than 6. You probably know that by now. So we'll put our heads together and come up with games besides or in addition to Bills Broncos Saturday at 3:30, and then Seahawks 49ers that night. And then on Sunday, of course, we'll pick Patriots Texans, and we'll pick Bears Rams, and we'll mix in another couple. But again, a reminder, I'll be out at Gillies Saturday afternoon doing a special divisional round show from 2 to 3 as part of our ESPN Wichita takeover at Gillies Park City. Be up on the 3rd floor. Come by and see me then for that. Before we get to the movie review, Jack, I want to get your thoughts on, it seems kind of random, but go with it with me. It was announced within the last couple of days, the Eagles were firing their offensive coordinator. And dating back to college, which this isn't important for this exercise with us, but dating back to college, Jalen Hurts has had an obscene amount of different offensive coordinators and all the way into his professional career with the Eagles. Now that they're bounced out of the playoffs, falling 23-19 to the 49ers, the Eagles decided to make a change at offensive coordinator yet again. I texted Jordan Foote, Jordan's Juicy Takes, about and I don't remember how, I'd have to look up and to see how I worded this, but I thought it was overblown that Jalen Hurts has had so many offensive coordinators and all the talking heads on TV wanting to put the blame at that particular door. Here's what I said, semi-hot take. Hurts playing for all those different OCs is an overrated thing to use for Hurts' overall blahness. That's how I worded it. How do you come out on that, Jack? And what do you think, first of all, of Jalen Hurts as an NFL quarterback?
Well, I mean, he's decorated, that's for sure. He's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them and beat Patrick Mahomes, so you have to give him some credit. Now, do I believe that he is a quarterback that I would take toe-to-toe all the time against Mahomes or Josh Allen or Matt Stafford to get there? I mean, he does have some success there, but overall as a talented quarterback, oozing with all these type of skills, no, I don't see that. I believe there are a lot of limitations when it comes to his ability to connect on the deep ball. He really last year benefited a lot from a 2,000-yard rusher in Saquon Barkley, but no, I'm not buying it that he can't find rhythm because of all these new OCs. If anything,
look at all those weapons he's got to work with, man.
Ton of weapons, a great offensive line last year. Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't be the one making excuses for some poor play this year.
Yeah, and I know it's more difficult and more complicated than I'm making it sound, but offensive coordinators, if you are upper half as far as, or fancy yourself as upper half as far as quarterbacks in the NFL, and you got A.J. Brown, you got Dallas Goedert, you got Devontae Smith, and you got Saquon Barkley, and any kind of offensive line at all, although this year it was a little more suspect than other years, but I don't know, man. And maybe I'm making too much of it, but I feel like that I got the vibe from multiple places over the last day or so that, well, it's no wonder Jalen Hurts isn't doing this, or this. He's playing for his umpteenth OC in the last however many. Now, I'm not buying that. And them losing the 49ers and only scoring 19 points in that game, glad we don't have to worry about the Eagles here. And frankly, I'm glad they're gone. But the NFC side, I'm thrilled with the matchups there. And the way the Bears are playing and the Rams, they're kind of playing with fire a little bit, and not exactly like the last couple of years Rams, but they still have Matt Stafford. I think I'm favoring the NFC side as far as my the two games that I think will be the best, either AFC or NFC. I'm going with the NFC. And I'm looking forward to watching those games. And I'm looking forward to seeing y'all out at Gillies. If you want to come out and visit me, I'll be doing a show out there from 2 to 3 on Saturday. A very special Saturday show for you, getting you ready for the divisional round. So we will pick those 4 games and pick 6 tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Be listening for that then. And that will also be your opportunity then to get qualified to win the Busch Light sign. We got a couple different signs that we're giving away. One during our picks and one during Wednesdays when the Chiefs were still going. Of course, we would play the sounder for you after the Mahomes audio and et cetera, et cetera. But now the Chiefs are gone. We will still try to give you an opportunity to win that Bud Light Chief sign. And on Thursdays during my show, and Pat will give you a chance too later on in the week, but Thursdays, my show, got a Busch Light sign too. Not quite as big and gaudy as that Chief sign, but it's still pretty kick-ass too. So be listening tomorrow during Pick 6 for your opportunity to get qualified to win that. And also, I have, me, it's my show. So it's on me. But if Chance or Jack wants to help me, then they certainly can. We need to pick a game for the listeners to predict the final score. And whoever gets closest to it will win some spices and rubs from Real Life Kitchen. We're still giving away some spices and rubs from RLK too. So you got all kinds of opportunities over the next 24 hours to win stuff from us, or at least have the chance to win stuff from us. We are a benevolent bunch. We give away stuff all the time, and it will continue over the next couple of days. When we return, the return of Jack's movie review. It's brought to you by Boulevard Theaters. He is going to review Horrible Bosses with a star-studded cast of actors and actresses, a hilarious comedy from 2011, brought to you by Boulevard Theaters. Horrible Boss review coming up. It's 118.
You're listening to The Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
AMR Clinical Wichita East is excited to welcome adults 18 and older living with type 2 diabetes to take part in an innovative clinical research study focused on weight management. If you're overweight or obese, have been on stable diabetes therapy for at least 3 months and meet additional criteria, you may qualify. Participants will receive all study-related care and investigational medication or placebo at no cost and may be compensated up to $7,700 for time and travel. Call AMR Clinical Wichita East today, 316-867-6329, or visit amr-clinical.com.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Football season is here, and there's no better time to score big at Bill's Coins and Bullion. Whether you're stacking silver like a defensive line or going for the gold like a championship ring, Bill's Coins has the deals that'll make your portfolio scream touchdown. From coins to collectibles, rare, historic, or investment grade, Bill's is your winning play for precious metals. Don't fumble your future. Run to Phil's, located at 9344 West Central, or visit BillsCoins.com. Bill's Coins and Bullion. Stack smart, stack strong.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. A new year brings a smarter, stronger way to drive. So jump into the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Custom 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP, or get 1.9% financing. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the 2025 Chevy Suburban Premier 4x4, combining style and performance. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tax, title, tax, and administrative fees expire February 2nd, 2026.
Hey, ESPN Wichita, we're getting you ready for the NFL's divisional round at Gillies and Park City this Saturday. Come hang out with us at the Golden Circle Sports Bar on the 3rd floor with 2 50-foot screens as the football season barrels towards Super Sunday. Every seat is the best seat in the house at the Golden Circle on game day. Come enjoy some good eats, nice cold beverages, Saturday the 17th at Gillies Park City with ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. It's Dave Grohl's birthday today. Lead singer of the Foo Fighters. It's Everlong right there. It's time now, speaking of birthdays, because of a particular birthday, that's why we're going to do what we're about to do here in a second. Grab your popcorn. It's time for ESPN Wichita movie review. You're looking for your next movie night? Head to Boulevard Theaters, where luxury seating meets the latest blockbusters. Kick back and enjoy the show in style. Check out blvdtheaters.com for showtimes. Because it is Jason Bateman's birthday today, largely, Jack is going to review Horrible Bosses, the 2011 American crime comedy film that has a star-studded cast besides Jason Bateman. I think Jack and I both share our affinity for Jason Bateman and his acting chops, whether comedic or otherwise. But he's in it along with Charlie Day, Jason Sudeikis, Jennifer Aniston, Colin Farrell, Kevin Spacey, Donald Sutherland, and Jamie Foxx. It's a plot that follows 3 friends. They all have, obviously, horrible bosses. And what happens after that, hilarity ensues, as they say. That's my 2 cents. Jack, lay it on us. What do you think about Horrible Bosses?
I believe that it's one of the few comedy movies that have gotten it right the first time and got it right the second time with a sequel. But, of course, we aren't reviewing Horrible Bosses 2 today. And how about the cast they get for both of the movies?
Yep.
I mean, the villain in the first one, I know he's thought of much differently now, but Kevin Spacey playing Dave Harkin, who in that role, he just kills it. I mean, it's so... I would say that it's one of those things where you call it unintentionally funny. Obviously, it's a comedy movie, but with Jason Bateman, Charlie Day, and Jason Sudeikis, most of their lines are intended to be funny. They are intended to be humorous.
Mm-hmm.
Where I feel with Kevin Spacey, most of his lines are demeaning and he's cruel and rude.
He's by far the most horrible of the 3 bosses, in my opinion.
He's by far.
Yeah.
And just I find myself chuckling every time he and Bateman are on the screen with offering him the scotch at the beginning and, I don't drink. He's like, you're going to turn down a glass of 100-year-old scotch? He goes, fine, I'll take it. And he goes, well, now you're drinking on the job. It's 9 o'clock. You might have been an alcoholic.
Yeah.
It's just, you can tell the sleaziness of it. And his wife in the movie, I love Modern Family, so Julie Bowen being in the movie, his wife.
See, I'm not familiar with that. I had to look that up today. That's good to know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought that little part at the end where to show how terrible he is in his marriage and out of the office, he's the exact same. But he was the perfect one for that type of role. And you get the 3 different type of quote unquote horrible bosses. You've got Jennifer Aniston as Julia, who's the sexual assaulting dentist for Charlie Day, who of course is married, and she doesn't, take that into account at all. She of course wants to sleep with him, and Charlie Day with his high-pitched voice, that's the funniest part about it. I mean, he's got great lines in it as well. But when they were casting this, like I said with Kevin Spacey, there was no better role for him in this movie. I don't believe there was a better role for Charlie Day, being a dental assistant that doesn't like to be harassed by Jennifer Aniston in this. And it's great too with this movie that
did you know
they thought it out
that Ashton Kutcher was the front runner to be the role of Dale before they settled
and that would have
on
been horrible.
They settled on Charlie Day. Yeah,
an absolutely horrible casting to have Ashton Kutcher, who is undoubtedly good-looking dude. Like, he would not play the same role as Charlie Day did for Dale, where Dale is more of the guy that can't stand up for himself. He's 5 foot nothing, 100 nothing. It's the perfect fit for what his job was and how his boss was horrible. And then with Jason Sudeikis, he's really the only one that loves his job. And Donald Sutherland was his boss, and then he has a heart attack in the car, and the car, I believe, just rolls into
crashes into
what is
the trailer.
that part's not really funny, but
know.
it kind of is. And then, of course, his son, who is played by the great Colin Farrell, he comes in as just this sleaze bag who only is there to make money off it. He's doing illegal stuff. And so there's 3 categories of being a horrible boss. You've got the guy like Kevin Spacey, Dave Harkin, who doesn't promote Nick after years, and he's trying to find ways to not promote him. He's egotistical. He's selfish. One way or another, we may have all worked for a boss like that. Then you have Jennifer Aniston, which I feel for a much lesser extent many of us have gone through. But hey, it happens. That happens in the workplace.
Yeah,
and then the third part where you get a Nepo baby that takes over as the boss, and they're just insufferable to be around. And so then you get the part of, well, how do we get rid of these guys? We're stuck at these jobs. You can't really quit them either because they're almost getting blackmailed, all 3 of them, Bateman, Charlie Day, and Jason Sudeikis. So they're like, how are we going to do it? And they joke about, well, let's just kill the bosses. Let's find a way to stage it. We'll each kill each other's bosses, which just adds to the chaos of it. How hilarious the writing was for how they went about trying to kill these guys with Dave Harkin. It was to have him have an allergic reaction to peanuts, I believe. With Colin Farrell, Bobby, who was the son, it's to have him overdose on cocaine, even though they spill it, and then they all end up getting high off of it. And then with Jennifer Aniston, I believe it was to
I don't even remember how they were going to off her.
Yeah, I can't remember in whose job. I believe it was Jason Sudeikis, and then he ends up sleeping with her. So that was the part 2 where he's seen as the player of the group. But having those 3, this is what I love to evaluate when it comes to comedy movies. When you have a bunch of A-listers, it doesn't always mean those movies are going to work out. I've watched plenty of A-list actor movies, just loads of them, and it sucks. Because what do they not have? They don't have chemistry. And I feel that with Jason Bateman, Charlie Day, and Jason Sudeikis, they all in some way, shape, or form have that chemistry where the humor is nonstop. You find yourself belly laughing over and over and over again, where it's not one guy who steals the show. There's a bunch of them who, have their moments, have their certain parts of the movie where you think they're the best in it. And then you add in Jamie Foxx, who Foxx is one of my favorite actors ever. I just feel he kills it in every role that he has, and he's MFer Jones. And that scene in the movie when they're in the dive bar and he's explaining how he got the name, I can't say it over the air. It is brilliant writing, because Jason Bateman has, and I know you know what I'm talking about, he has that funny part to him where it's not him telling these one-liners or cheesiness. It's almost him getting annoyed by the situation and giving off these little sarcastic remarks. That's what makes Jason Bateman hilarious. When it comes to Charlie Day, he's always loud and high-pitched, and he's screaming and this and that. And Jason Sudeikis, kind of in the same way of Jason Bateman, but not to that same extent. He's got his own level of humor and what he excels at. And Jamie Foxx is just, he plays a role that is what I imagine a lot of people, to bring up the very few realistic moments of this movie is that if you were just some average Joe working at your job, your 9 to 5, how would you go about doing it? Oh, I don't know. I'd probably go somewhere that's a little bit sketchy, and you try to find somebody who's, for lack of a better word, a bounty hunter, which is what he tried to play it off as.
Looks like he would know something about killing somebody.
He's got tattoos all over his face, and they never asked him what he went in for. And it was revealed later on in the movie. I mean, I'm not even gonna say spoiler alert. This movie's been out for 15 years. Yeah. So if you haven't seen it, that's more so on you.
Pirating.
And to find out that you're pirating movies, and that whole exchange is hilarious because Jason Sudeikis then blows up, and it's like, we really hired this guy to kill somebody when all he did was film an Ethan Hawke movie. And he's like, so you do know the movie. It was so great because it also brings up that they're bringing to attention profiling. You walk in here and I'm just sitting at the end of the bar with sunglasses on and this and that. You just assumed I know how to kill somebody. But then in the end, he does find a way to help them and tracking down the bosses and getting them in trouble. And all of that happens. Although Bobby, Colin Farrell, he does get killed. It's just by Kevin Spacey and Dave Harkin because he assumes that he was the one cheating on his wife. And Jennifer Aniston gets blackmailed, I believe, by Dale, who's played by Charlie Day. I know I'm jumping back and forth with all the names here, but the only one that really got what was coming to him was you have Bobby, who is Colin Farrell, and then Dave Harkin, who's Kevin Spacey, who then goes away. And he does reappear in the second movie, too, for a very hilarious scene.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was so creative. It still to this day is so creative, and you can't replicate it. That's another part I love to give those comedy movies praise for, is when you have the writers back there, you have the directors, how do you make your movie stand out? What do you do that can't be replicated 20 years down the line? You can't do it again with Horrible Bosses. And I was quite surprised it really hadn't been done before that. Of everybody, and I mean everybody, has had at least one job where you could not stand your boss. And for me, I'm not going to out where I worked in high school, but there was one that just was terrible, bad boss. Now, I, of course, never went to the lengths of, well, how do you go about getting rid of them?
Right.
But they were, the whole point of the movie was doing the quiet part or doing the loud part that we quietly think. It's the reverse term of saying the quiet part out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that kind of would be the right term to use.
Yeah,
there.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
We all, I guess, have had those dark moments. I feel like I'm going to make myself sound terrible, but they were bringing to attention, they were bringing to light, hey, we've all been there. Whether you have somebody that won't give you the promotion, you have somebody who's a Nepo baby, who's just terrible to other employees, or you have someone like Jennifer Aniston who's just inappropriate in the workplace. You have those three different parts to it. And there's a lot of people out there in the world that have dealt with very, very similar situations. And so they even do the right thing in this movie when it comes to discussing it at a bar. How would you go about coming to that conclusion? Oh, probably when you're drinking with your buddies.
Right, exactly.
And, hey, how do we do that? And they get very advanced into it. And that's what makes the movie so fun and enjoyable. It's not a movie you should sit there and watch your kids with, but for rewatchability, watching with friends, watching with maybe your parents down the road, hey, it always is a great movie that never gets old, in my opinion. It holds up today. It was great back then, and it had high expectations back then. When you knew that was coming out, I mean, that was a big-time movie. And then when a second one comes out and you get Christoph Waltz in it and Chris Pine, they were a mashup of all the previous bosses, too. You had the Nepo baby and Chris Pine. You had the Dave Harkin type that Christoph Waltz played, and the opening to Horrible Bosses 2 is unbelievably funny, too, with Keegan-Michael Key that's in it as well as the talk show host. I mean, to me, it's really about the writing in this one. And, of course, the execution from the actors. But the brilliant one-liners they had, certain scenes, none of it felt forced. And, yeah, there's some nitpicky parts here and there where there were some plot holes. But overall, you're watching a movie about three guys that go about killing their bosses. I mean, it is literally stated in the movie. That's what they're going to get done. It's not realistic, but you find yourself doubling over and over and over again. When you texted me the other day and said, what movie do you want to review with Jason Bateman? Oh, yeah, it's Horrible Bosses for me countless times, because I believe that's where I just find myself crying to get to the verge of tears almost. And I've seen this movie 20 to 25 times, and that's probably short selling it, to be honest with you. And I never get tired of it. Anytime it's on, I'm stopping to, at bare minimum, watch about 15 minutes of it. So I give it a perfect 10 out of 10.
You can't watch it, in my opinion, if it's edited. You can't watch it on regular TV.
It has to be the vulgar.
Yeah,
yes,
it does.
That is the one thing I'll complain.
Yeah.
It has to be vulgar. Otherwise, most of these jokes do not hit.
Right. And that maybe paint us as shallow, but so be it. Budget was $36 million. It made $210 million. Would it interest you to know that of those that were considered, this always fascinates me, of those that were considered to be in the movie, this movie took a while to get untracked. It was in the works for, I think I read 5 or 6 years until they finally, landed on the roles that they settled on with the three main guys wanting to kill their bosses. But it's 6-year development of the film. Several actors were in negotiations to be in it, including Owen Wilson, Vince Vaughn, Matthew McConaughey, Ryan Reynolds, Dax Shepard, Johnny Knoxville, Tom Cruise, Philip Seymour Hoffman. And this, I think, Jack, I want to know what you think before we turn the page on this. The role of Dave Harkin, it was considered being given to Jeff Bridges. I think that would have been okay. Spacey was good, a good villain, but I think Jeff Bridges would have been okay too.
See, and I love Jeff Bridges. I mean, from Big Lebowski to even being the voice of Big Z and Surf's Up. The range I have with Jeff Bridges, Hell or High Water, another Iron Man. Oh, God, Obadiah Stane is Iron Man. Yeah, I mean, the range that I enjoy Jeff Bridges movies, it's endless. I mean, you really can't find a consistent 3 where he's played the same character. What I will say is this, though. Usually, and this does exclude Iron Man because he was the villain as Obadiah Stane, but usually Jeff Bridges does play the good guy, where in most cases, Kevin Spacey would play the villain. I'm sure there's a few outliers where he didn't.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
But to me, he just screamed at the time. I know things have changed. I'm not naive.
Yeah.
But at the time, he was the perfect casting for a villain. In fact, I'll go one step further. In a Call of Duty video game I played back around the time Horrible Bosses came out, he was mocapped. I call it that because that's where they put all the technology on you, and then you can be in the video game. They scan your face, and therefore they can put you in the game. Kevin Spacey played the villain.
Oh,
he was the undercover villain of the movie. He was the villain in Fred Claus, one of my favorite Christmas movies.
That's right.
So that's why I feel I would take him over. Jeff Bridges wouldn't have been bad, but truthfully, other than Iron Man of movies I enjoy with Jeff Bridges, he rarely plays the villain. If he would have played the exact same role that Obadiah Stane had, where you just take that character and put him into Horrible Bosses, you could have. But Kevin Spacey at the time, 2011, was not just a great villain for it. He was one of the top actors out there. I mean, you knew that he was going to deliver a phenomenal performance, and he always could just be so unlikable. He really could.
That's true.
And that's why I'm glad that they didn't go with anybody else. Jeff Bridges, it's probably a good thing because I'm not sure that movie would have had the same feel. And even in Horrible Bosses 2, when he has a small cameo in there, I mean, he knocks it out of the park.
He does.
It was an A+ as well. Really, nobody in this movie I looked at and said, man, that was rather unenjoyable. Even Meghan Markle, she's in the movie for a little bit.
Cameo.
She plays the UPS delivery girl. And Jason Sudeikis like, you're way too pretty to be a delivery girl. Even Ron White, one of my favorite comedians.
Yeah.
You were drag racing
in a Prius.
I don't win a lot.
Great lines.
Like the great lines in it. So I cannot get enough of it. Now that we've done this review, I'll probably go home and watch it tonight.
No, treat yourself. Looking for your next movie night? Head to Boulevard Theaters, where luxury seating meets the latest blockbusters. Kick back and enjoy the show in style. Head on over to blvdtheaters.com for showtimes. I'm old Jack Young. Next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and it's weekend time again. Football is having a great year, and we are going to make a lot of money this weekend. And if you sign up today at FatJackSports.com, you're going to win more for free. Get the players' props thrown in this weekend absolutely free when you
Relax
decide to
there,
win
Joey
betting on
Foster.
football all weekend long through the national championship game.
was a good one, too.
FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today at basketball save even more, soccer save even more than that. Get
I
signed
do
up
like
today
Holy
and
Sunday.
win
I'll
at
give you that. Yeah,
FatJackSports.com.
it was fun.
Nachos! Yeah, you nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it.
Yes.
Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthrough, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hi, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Brian Davis. Michelob Ultra 24-pack, only $26.99. And savings on Apothic Red 750 ml, just $9.99. Davis Liquor Outlet. Each store independently owned and operated. Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
High School Game of the Week returns this Friday night on the ESPN Wichita YouTube page as the City League takes center stage on Friday. League rivals Northwest and Wichita Heights will do battle on Friday night as one of the top teams in 6A looks to avoid an inner-city upset. Tune in on Friday night at 7 o'clock as Wichita Heights and Wichita Northwest headline the High School Game of the Week, presented by Commerce Bank, only on the ESPN Wichita YouTube page.
Nervous hands and anxious smiles. I can feel you breathing. This is right where we belong. Turn up the music.
There was one other movie that a texter brought to my attention that involved killing your boss. And it was 9 to 5. With Dabney Coleman and Dolly Parton.
Good pick.
Yeah. They tried to kill Dabney Coleman in that movie, too. Good catch, texter. I'm old Jack Young. It's 1:43. Chance is here. Pulse coming up in a while. Working feverishly over there, getting ready for that show. Is this a group or no?
Group.
Okay. I should be able to get this. Chance, you know who it is?
No.
Okay.
But I might have a guess. No, it's not them. Never mind.
Try me. Go for it.
I was going to say Bowling for Soup, but I don't think it's them.
Incorrect.
Survey says? Oh. Not a terrible guess. Is it the President of the United States of America?
Incorrect.
Okay. Let's just keep going, though. Just keep going. What are we doing here? It's going to be a no on Bowling for Soup, but let's keep going. Got any other guesses, Chance?
I don't.
It's your turn. All right. Fine. Who is it, Jack? We give up.
Plain white tees.
Okay. All right.
Used to like those guys. I mean, I still do. Just don't listen to them. But
What was their hit?
I had a lot of them.
Hey there, Delilah.
Yeah, hey there, Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah. Oh, man. See, that sounded
Yeah,
nothing
you
like
guys
what we
could've
just.
gotten
Yeah,
there.
honestly.
Nah. They threw me off the scent. That sounds nothing like Hey there, Delilah. There's no way I was going to get that. Dirty pool, Jack. It's dirty pool. All right. It's January the 14th. Celebrating born days today of athletes from days gone by. Born on this day, now dead. Far too soon. Would have been 43 today. Vincent Jackson.
Charger and Buck.
Yep. Quite a good wide receiver back in the day. Was yoked, too. Byron Leftwich, 46.
Football.
Correct. He's not anybody's coordinator nowadays, is he? Used to be.
Byron Leftwich?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a college coordinator, I think.
Good on that. Make yourself useful over there.
Where old NFL assistant coach.
Is he someone's GM?
No, he's an assistant coach at Colorado.
Of course he is.
Where old former NFL players have long ago go to
Correct. Along with Warren Sapp and
Yeah.
others. I think Warren Sapp has to take a drug test.
die. I don't think anybody does. Dion kind of runs the university.
Well, if there's anybody that might want to, just saying. Jim Duggan, 72, non-Big Four.
Golf.
You want a hint?
Why not?
His nickname's Hacksaw. Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Ooh.
Chance? This ring a bell for you?
No, it doesn't.
Wow. Both of you
I'm
guys.
passing.
It's a wrestler. Former WWF superstar. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He carried around a 2x4.
Oh, wow.
God, you guys, that hurts. Thought you guys would both get that. All right. Born on this day, not dead. Carl Weathers.
Oh, man, the great Carl Weathers.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of all the movies you could bring up, but actor and also football player.
That's right. Yep, played football. All the Rocky movies. Apparently, The Mandalorian.
Great in The Mandalorian.
Unbeknownst to me, because I didn't watch that. That's not my deal. Happy Gilmore, of course. Predator. Full disclosure, I gave Jack the choice. You want to review a Carl Weathers movie or a Jason Bateman movie? And he went with Jason Bateman. So.
Yeah. I could have stuck to the sports movies and done that, but we've never really done a movie review that's not in any way, shape, or form involved with sports.
Well, Christmas movies, but that is holiday adjacent.
Themed related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, what's your favorite Rocky movie?
Rocky 3.
That is the correct answer. Everybody I talked to, it's Rocky, the first one.
No.
And that was more critically acclaimed. I get it. And that was Sly's first thing. But Rocky 3 is the correct answer. I agree. Totally agree.
You know, a movie I just watched that was on Netflix, and I believe it is unquestionably one of the worst sports movies I've ever watched.
Whoa.
When the Game Stands Tall.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
any idea what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Yeah.
De La Salle had this 100-some game winning streak that eventually got snapped.
So this is based on
and
a true story?
Yeah.
based on a true
Okay.
story. And oh my goodness, the acting in it is so horrific.
Yeah.
The amount of cheesy sports.
Anybody we've heard of
one-liners.
in
A
it?
few. If you pulled up the cast, you would recognize a few of the faces. I don't know the names off the top of my head.
Okay.
But my biggest gripe about this movie is that they won 120 some games in a row, like never lost. It takes place in mid 2000s, I believe, and for years and years they would dominate teams. And so eventually in this year, the other teams in the district are like, we're not playing him anymore. This is ridiculous. No team wins this many games in a row without cheating. So they decide to schedule their own games and go across the country for the first couple of weeks. And they, lo and behold, they lose. I mean, it was a true story. So, I mean, they did lose these games, but they lose 2. And then Cal Poly or Long Beach Poly was the powerhouse in the Los Angeles era.
Okay.
That was the number 1 team. And they have a bunch of 300-pounders and D1 commits and going to USC and this and that. And they try to spin it at the end like it's this David versus Goliath matchup. And this, they were, De La Salle was 0-2 coming in, and they're playing Long Beach Poly, who's 2-0. And it's like this Hoosiers in the championship game of, oh man, this little gritty team that could barely hang in there. And of course they win. Shocker.
And it's like week 3. I mean, it's not even like 3. It's a big game.
Yeah, and they, oh my gosh. I mean, they treat it as if they were this 16 seed. I go, we just forgetting that they won 120. Like the kids on their teams are also getting Division I offers and going there. And oh my gosh, the cheesy liners they have from the players, like, the only way I'm going off this field is on a stretcher. Like,
it's very satirized as well. Like there's a book, and I think my mom read it, and she said that it's very like not a whole lot of that stuff actually happens. So
tricked it up for the big
it's
screen.
just it's a tough
I'm sure
watch.
the book's great. I'm sure the book is great. The movie tried to Hollywood that thing up to no end, and I makes me stick my tongue out and gag anytime I hear one of those cheesy high school football like, I would rather die on this field than quit on all my brothers over here. I'm like, it's high school football.
I'm glad I haven't seen it.
Do not.
I watched it once. We watched it in theater because I was in high school football at the time, and
what's it called again?
When the Game Stands Tall. There are great sports movies that get you motivated and ready to go. That ain't one of them.
Okay.
That one.
Good to
that
know.
one we got played for our high school as well before one of our games, and everybody was just laughing their ass off the entire time. It was like, this is bad.
Boulevard Theater's got a lot of bang for their buck today. Another review right there.
Yeah, no joke.
Like, how about another one?
Yeah. Don't
At least that was a
watch
sports
this.
movie.
Yeah. Born on this Day Not Dead. Fred Arbanis.
When is the last time we had him?
I bet we've had him, and there's a reason why.
Well, that's football.
Correct.
I know what it is.
Go.
I know why. It's because I've played on this course. It's the golf course here in
That's right.
Kansas City.
That's right.
I
And
actually play my best games over there.
isn't he in the Ring of Honor for the
Yes.
Chiefs? Yeah. Okay. There you go. There's your answer. Good recall. Wow. This here says this guy's still with us. That would make him 94. Non-Big Four, won't count off if you miss it. Don Garlitz. Don's a guy.
Non-Big Four, 94. I'll go boxing.
Drag racer. He, I believe, was the first one to go over 200 miles an hour for a quarter of a mile. Big Daddy Don Garlitz, born day today.
I don't know if I'd ever want to be in a car that's going north of
I
200
wouldn't
miles
either.
an hour.
Nope. Because if you, I won't even say it. We all know what I was getting ready to say. Born on this Day Not Dead. He was born in 1874. So I just threw it for you, Jack. Jack Taylor.
I'm going to say baseball.
He had 187 consecutive complete games. Yes.
My goodness.
He led the league in ERA in 1902 for the Cubs.
Not to be mistaken with the great Jake Taylor.
Yeah.
That's right.
Bunt extraordinaire.
Correct. Player coach.
Paved the way.
He's calling his shot. Dead day. Ray Kroc.
We just had Ray Kroc too.
We did.
McDonald's entrepreneur. But
Yep.
That's
I'm
on
not-
your sports birthdays? Or is this?
He was the owner of the San Diego Padres.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, such a good movie.
I think,
really
you
need
told
to
me
go
about
watch
that movie.
Hey, another shout out to Boulevard Cheaters. Go watch that movie, The Founder.
Problem is that none of these movies you can watch there. I'm sure if you could ask them and they would, but
They'd play it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell him ESPN Wichita sent you. Died of heart failure in 1984 at the age of 81.
just like many. who
That
eat
year,
McDonald's.
okay, here's a fun fact for you both. The year the Padres went to the World Series, that was 1984. On their sleeve, it was R.A.K. Ray A. Kroc.
Ah.
His initials.
More you know.
Exactly. Also dying on this day 2 years ago, Norm Snead.
I'm going to guess football.
Yeah, very good. Good guess. Quarterback from days gone by. There were some Pro Bowls played on this day. The very first one, 1951. The American beat the National Conference, 28-27. Otto Graham. What?
You said the first Pro Bowl?
The very first Pro Bowl, yes.
Worst all-star event that we have in sports?
No,
it is now.
NBA All-Star is much worse.
Still, the NBA always do some cool stuff. They'll shoot like 40-footers.
You're bringing up G Leaguers to play in your All-Star game or like to do the dunk contest because nobody that actually plays wants to do it. Like at least the
Last
NFL
year was pretty cool. They did the teams and they had to win. Like they showed a little bit more effort.
A little bit.
Pro Bowl's ghastly.
It is,
football.
But
Pro Bowl didn't used to be, man. They used to care.
And Sean Taylor obliterated.
Blew up that punter from Pitt State. Yes. Brian Mormon.
Oh, I thought you meant that was his.
He was not
religion.
a Mormon. That was the closest thing to I've ever seen of death on the field. They ran a fake punt, and Sean Taylor absolutely obliterated him. Google it. It's worth it.
Oh, I know it.
Pitt State, great.
Yeah.
All right. That'll do it for me. We'll talk tomorrow. Stick around. Chance and the Chulse is next.
Bye, Shane.
Goodbye.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio.
Left corner three on its way and straight down the well.
Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks complete a 4-game West Coast trip in San Francisco against Steph Curry and the Warriors.
Flips it up and in. Wow, Steph Curry.
The Knicks at the Warriors. Coverage begins Thursday at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Wichita's home for the NBA, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com. And we are all tied up in the bottom of the
Do you
ninth.
have the
Bases
reads
loaded.
for what I sent you?
Here. Electric.
Yes.
It all comes
Okay.
down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. A new year brings a smarter, stronger way to drive. So jump into the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Custom 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or get 1.9% financing. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the 2025 Chevy Suburban Premier 4x4, combining style and performance. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tax, title, tax, and administrative fees expire February 2nd, 2026.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
There's no bad play, no bad call, no injury that we can't overcome.
When they face the top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
All I can say is go
Coverage begins
Monday at 6:30 on your home for college football.
ESPN
Wichita 92.3 FM.
KKGQ Newton.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced he'll return to the Ducks for the 2026 college football season. His return makes Oregon one of the favorites for the national title next season. He'll project near the top of a loaded QB class for the 2027 NFL draft. ESPN reports former Ravens coach John Harbaugh is in New Jersey interviewing for the Giants head coaching vacancy. His first known visit since being fired last week by Baltimore. He had a virtual meeting with Atlanta on Monday. Along with the Giants, Titans, and Falcons have emerged as frontrunners for Harbaugh. ESPN NFL front office insider Mike Tannenbaum.
I think anybody that gets John Harbaugh would be lucky. You know, he has the sort of, you know, obviously the pedigree, the experience. You know, you have to make Jackson Dart more consistent, healthier. Obviously, he's had experience with a similar style quarterback in Lamar.
Mike Tannenbaum on Clinton and Friends. As was the case this past NFL season, the Jags' plan for Travis Hunter in 2026 will be for him to play on both sides of the ball. The team was encouraged by what it saw from Hunter before his season-ending knee injury last fall.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman coming up Thursday. From Cam Ward to Jackson Dart, I'll tell you which second-year quarterback is primed for success next year with a new head coach. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15. Had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of.
What's up, Wichita? Welcome into The Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat today. He'll be back tomorrow. He's in the air right now, flying back from the Wichita State women's basketball road trip. So you've got me for the next 2 hours or so, and I will be joined by our producer / co-host / contributor, Jack Johnson. He is helping out today. If you'd like to listen to this show, you can always do so from 2 to 4 every weekday on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. How do you do it, you might be asking? Well, you can do it by telling your smart speaker to play KKGQ, your Alexa device, Google Home device. I'm sure there's another one I'm forgetting out there. But if you want to listen to us at home and you have a smart speaker, just tell it to play KKGQ. You can also tune us in on your radio dial, 92.3 FM. Easy way to listen to us there. You can also do so on ESPNWichita.com. Head to the Listen Live tab. You can find us there. You can listen to us on your laptop, on your phone, on your iPad, tablet, desktop, what have you. Or you can download the ESPN Wichita app, which is available on all of your Apple / Google / Samsung devices. If you got a tablet, you got a phone, you can listen to us on your smartphone, ESPN Wichita app, take us on the go with you, and you can easily have access to the text line, old shows and podcasts, and stuff like that. You can also stream the show live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. We are streaming live on all of those platforms at ESPN Wichita. And if you missed a show, you can go back and listen to it on the ESPN Wichita app. You can go back and listen to it on Spotify, Apple Music, or you can just rewatch it on YouTube. Fast forward through all the parts you might have missed. It's really easy on the YouTube page. I would encourage you to go and do that. We are 1 subscriber away from reaching 200 subscribers. If you would not mind, head over to our YouTube page and subscribe. We're at 199 right now on the YouTube page. If you are our 200 subscriber, I will give you a virtual high five. That's what's on the line. So go over to our YouTube page at ESPN Wichita and subscribe. If you'd like to help us out today, contribute to the show, you can do so by texting us. 316-247-0923 is the text line. The hotline, 316-669-4996, will not be necessary today, but the text line will be your friend. 316-247-0923. Here's what you've got to look forward to on the show today. We'll lead off the show by talking KU. They were about as impressive as they've been all season last night against undefeated Iowa State. They thump the Cyclones in Allen Fieldhouse, 84-63, your final score from the Fog. And then at 2:25, we'll head out west a little bit. We'll talk to Wyatt Thompson, voice of the Kansas State Wildcats. We'll talk to him about the portal haul for K-State football as it continues to get better in the trenches over the last 48 hours. We'll also hear about the K-State basketball team 0-3 in league play. They've got a matchup against a top 25 team tonight against UCF. We'll get the latest from Manhattan. Then at 2:45, we will talk about Pat talked about it yesterday, the fences moving back, and Vinny Pasquantino had thoughts, and I kind of want to talk to Jack a little bit about how that might affect it, because it's not just a fence move in, offense good. It's not just that basic when it comes to how the players view it. Vinny Pasquantino had some real thoughts on it, and I really enjoyed looking at how Vinny, who is about as educated as they come when it comes to baseball, was really enamored with what Vinny Pasquantino had to say. Then in hour number 2, Paul Mills spoke at the podium yesterday around this time. We'll hear what he had to say. Portal Paul addressing the media. Then at 3:25, we'll have headlines, catch up with both of the state schools in the portal, take a look at what is going on around the sports world. We'll talk about the NFL head coaching carousel. Mike Tomlin, he is out in Pittsburgh. John Harbaugh might be on his way to New York. We'll talk about which jobs are most intriguing when it comes to the NFL head coaching cycle, with now 9 head coaching jobs available. And then we'll wrap up the show with a Who Am I Wednesday. That's all what you have to look forward to today on The Pulse. We appreciate you for listening. Go ahead and text us your thoughts on anything you want to hear about. 316-247-0923. KU picked up a big win last night. Home underdogs against the number 2 ranked Iowa State Cyclones. Kansas moving to 2-2 in conference play with an 84-63 win. Jayhawks entered at 2-1 since 2020 as a home underdog, and they blew out Iowa State. Not very often are the Jayhawks a home dog at Allen Fieldhouse. It takes a lot of moving pieces for that to happen, and last night, they got the best of one of the best teams in the entire country in Iowa State. The Jayhawks came out swinging a hot stick with a 6-0 lead that stretched to 20-9, 31-14, and then 42-16 at one point in the first half. Trey White would hit 4 triples in the first 20 minutes, and that would be a 44-23 halftime lead for Kansas. Iowa State, after the 42-16 lead, would go on a 21-9 run. They would make it 53-42 before a Jayhawk timeout. Darren Peterson missed a dunk. Bill Self had to call timeout, and you kind of felt like maybe this could get a little bit hairy down the stretch. Instead, KU responded. They went on a 16-5 run. They put the game away thanks to the offices of Flory, White, McDowell, Council, and Darren Peterson. They all had excellent games. I don't think you could look at a single individual performance last night from the Jayhawks and be all that disappointed with any of them. KU, everybody contributed. I don't think anybody had a poor outing. I think it was an impressive showing for all involved. All but one player for the Jayhawks, actually all but 2, shot lower than 40% from the field. It was Darren Peterson and LaMarco Jackson. And I think anybody who watched the game knows that Almarco Jackson had probably some of the most important plays of the entire basketball game. He was spectacular on the defensive end, made some really key plays, some key passes, and Kansas dominated. Trey White had one of his best games, 19 points, 10 boards, 6 on the offensive end, 3 assists, 6 of 13 from the field, 5 of 7 from 3. Darren Peterson did not have his most efficient night, but played well, 16 points. I think that when you go 16 on 6 of 15 shooting, and we're talking about how it was a quiet night, I think that just shows you how important Darren Peterson is to the basketball team and how good he can be when he's on. Flory Badunga was awesome on both ends of the floor, rim rocking it, 10 points, 7 boards, 4 blocks, had 2 steals. Jamari McDowell Jack, I think I heard you. Maybe it was after the first or second game. Was it Jamari or was it Melvin who you said that kind of feels like Self's guy this year that he really likes? Was it Jamari or was it Melvin?
I believe that would have been Melvin Council, but McDowell was working his way up the ranks for sure.
Yeah, he's been exceptional. He was a game high plus 30 in the plus minus, which I don't put too much weight into, but 8 points, 6 assists. He can play the 1 through 3, which provides them a lot of versatility. Which when you look at who KU played last night, I mean, Self played it like it was a Final Four game or a Big 12 tournament game because he had a very short bench. They played 7 guys up until garbage time. He played the guys that he can trust. And Cole Rosario has found his way out of the lineup, a guy that people were very high on coming into the season. A lot of guys have not played much here in these last couple of games, but I think that this is probably the best version of Kansas we've seen this season. I don't know where Iowa State stands when it comes to the Tennessees and the Syracuse and the UConns of the world, but when it comes to what we saw from Kansas last night, I mean, that was about as complete as a game as we've seen. And, maybe Bill Self was a big fan of the Chulls because on Monday, I had a couple points that I took away that frustrated me from the Darren Peterson played games, the 3 conference games. I said the Jayhawks are a lot of ball watching on the offensive end. They don't share the ball a whole lot. Their assist rate was awful in their first 3 conference games because it felt like it was a lot of guys just saying, all right, Darren, go play one-on-one and we'll clean up your scraps. Last night, 17 assists on 31 field goals. They had 12 assists on 17 field goals in the first half. So they solved that issue. Feels like the team is starting to get more comfortable playing with each other. And that's a key heading into this final, I don't want to say final stretch, but now they're getting into the meat and bones, the meat and potatoes of this conference schedule where it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They're going to need to learn how to play with each other and play off of each other. But last night was about as well as they played as a team since the Players era. And then I also said they don't force very many turnovers. They're 300th in the country in turnover rate, 300th in the country in steal rate. Last night, 12 Iowa State turnovers, 9 steals, 8 blocked shots. Taman Lipsey was awful, 4 of 15 from the field, negative 26 in the plus-minus department. Josh Jefferson, I mean, Floyd Badunga had Josh Jefferson in hell last night. Iowa State shot 12 of 26 on layups. On 2-point shots, they really struggled. They never got very many good looks from 3. They only went to the line 11 times last night. And this is an Iowa State team that has traditionally gotten to the line quite a bit. This season, Iowa State is a team that gets to the free throw line at a good rate, and they shoot the 3 ball at a good rate. Neither of those were in their benefit last night. So Iowa State now sits in a position where, it's kind of okay, how good are you? They had seen some poor performances against conference opponents. I don't think they played all that well against Oklahoma State, who I think is a middle-of-the-pack Big 12 team. But since that win against St. John's, who we don't really know how good they are, their best win, a win at Purdue, is a big one. But, I mean, I think this win says a lot more about Iowa State and where they stand in the Big 12 than it does about Kansas. Kansas has to do that more often, I believe. But I think that all-encompassing, I think if you were to put all of that into a blender and a grinder and spit it out again, I think that Kansas wins that game every single time. I think that it says a lot about the intangibles of this group, that they could bounce back from a road loss at West Virginia, a bad West Virginia team, and they could have a game like that at home against Iowa State. I think it says a lot about the intangibles of this Kansas team. I think Darren Peterson had one of his quieter games, and everybody else stepped up around him. I know that this isn't the win for Kansas. It's a long season, and I don't think that Kansas fans are, brimming with excitement heading into what should be a much more difficult stretch of games. I mean, it's only going to get harder. I think that when we approach the conference schedule, I know I was filling in for Pat when we were talking about this KU conference schedule. We said, well, they should easily be 3-0 heading into Super Tuesday against Iowa State. They were 1-2. And, these next 3 games, they are about as winnable as they come. Baylor at home on Friday, which, I don't love a Friday game. It's a really quick turnaround. But Baylor on Friday at Colorado, who is not as good as they have been, but from a Ken Pom perspective, they're right around Wichita State. And then a Saturday game at Bramlage Coliseum at night. That place will be fired up. But, I mean, this is a big 3-game stretch where KU has to – I think that if they need to have a winning record heading into a 5-game stretch that includes games against BYU, at Tech, Arizona, and at Iowa State. I think they would feel much better about themselves if they have a winning record at 6-4 than if they have a losing record heading into their final 10 games. But, Jack, I'll let you take the floor here. I mean, I thought that this was as complete a game as they'd played since the Players era. I think they answered a lot of questions, but they have to be able to do this on a more nightly basis. And I think that they need to have better performances from key guys like Trey White if they really want to stand a chance in what is going to be a meat grinder of a conference schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this can't be the one-off because I'm sure for a lot of Iowa State fans, they can look at what they've done, their body of work this season, and said, hey, that's the one-off. They just were not ready to play. KU was, coming off a loss in which it looks very poor on their overall resume. But you also have to just keep moving forward with what you learn from those games. I feel for Iowa State fans, they're saying, this team did play with fire a little bit over the last couple of weeks, and then you ran into a buzzsaw, a fired-up Allen Fieldhouse, a Kansas team that, quite honestly, had to have it. I know that it wouldn't have ended their season, but I said yesterday on Shane's show, they lose that game, they should be 0-4 in conference play, and I believe they firmly would have been on the bubble because I look at their body of work. What's their signature win? It's probably Tennessee at the Players Era tournament, and that was a good win. But now you feel much differently because that was a undefeated second-ranked team in the nation that had bludgeoned Purdue on the road earlier this season. So that is a very good win for Kansas. What I'm still waiting to see and what we'll find out on Tuesday, not so much on Friday. I mean, it'll be good for Kansas to stack wins, and you can never take those for granted in the Big 12. And considering where they started with 2 awful losses to UCF and West Virginia, you'd then be able to look back and say, okay, you've got a win against TCU, you've got a win against Iowa State, and you have a win against Baylor. What those all have in common is their wins at Allen Fieldhouse. And what we've known the last 3 years in Lawrence, they've not been a very good road team. And it's just because this conference is a bear. It's an absolute beast. And you can look at teams like Utah. You can look at teams like Colorado and say, oh, they're not very good. I think what last night proved is that anybody can beat anybody and beat them soundly. I mean, it's not going to surprise me whatsoever if KU goes into Boulder on Tuesday night and looks like they did in Morgantown against West Virginia, where Colorado is firing on all cylinders and KU loses. Because unfortunately, they have to do it before I can really believe it. Now, last night is great, and I feel it showed that their defense can be turned up, and it does seem that they're getting more comfortable with Darren Peterson out there, and he's able to now play upwards of 30-plus minutes a game, where it was so wishy-washy for the better part of this season. And that was something everybody should have known, is that, even Bill Self said it. He's not going to jump into this lineup and everything's going to be this well-oiled machine. Guys are going to, be a little bit uncomfortable with how the offense looks, and they're all going to look to him to be their scorer. And when you're going to see Kansas at its best, that's what I believe we saw last night, is great ball movement. They played through the post a little bit. They defended really well. They still have to rebound better. They out-rebounded Iowa State last night, but I thought there were some second-chance buckets for Iowa State that allowed them to come back a little bit. They cut it to 11, I believe it was. 11. That's as close as it ever got. But you're able to rebound. It's one and done. I don't believe that lead ever gets below 15. And that's, being a little bit too aggressive, I would say. I'm asking for too much. I mean, they beat the number 2 team in the country by 20-plus points and never trailed. I mean, you talk about champagne problems right there.
Yeah.
But to me, next week is really going to be a big indicator for where Kansas is, because they should beat Baylor on Friday. Yes. I mean, it is a quick turnaround. It's still Baylor and Allen Fieldhouse. Scott Drew never plays well there. I want to say he has 1 win.
And I don't think Baylor's that good this year. This is one of the worst Baylor teams Scott Drew's had.
But that's where I feel for a lot of Big 12 fans, you just have to be careful with how you look at certain teams, because I know that a lot of KU fans looked at UCF and West Virginia and went, please, these teams are terrible, and let's go in there and rock them by 20. And it's a dogfight, and you lose those games at the end of the day. But it also can show you that, hey, you can go out there on the road and beat some of these teams as well. And what KU needs to make sure happens is until you reach that gauntlet of a stretch where you've got BYU at home, you've got Tech in Lubbock, you've got Arizona, you're going to need to find some of these, not gimme wins. I don't believe there's any game in the Big 12 that's a quote-unquote gimme. It's going to be tough, but you got to be able to capitalize at home and find a couple of wins on the road. And next week, on paper, you could say Kansas should win these games. But I'm going to be reserved on it because they should have won in Orlando. They should have won in Morgantown, and they haven't beaten K-State in Manhattan the last 3 years. We know how K-State's going to look in that game, no matter what they do in their next three. Colorado, they're maybe down, as you said, Ken Palm, where Wichita State is, who hasn't played this well, but it's a 10 p.m. tip, and it's a long flight from Lawrence to Boulder.
Yeah.
And you are going to have to find a way to gut out a win there. And if they can have
that game's going to be all kinds of gross. I mean, it's going to be unwatchable for 5-minute stretches of that game.
Yeah, I believe there will be some times, depending on the environment, where it doesn't look as pretty. But that can separate you from the middle of the pack in the Big 12 and put yourself top 5. That's where I feel Kansas wants to finish. You can have the lofty goals of winning this conference, but it's unlikely because you lost already 2 games to the bottom feeders of this conference. Even though UCF was top 25, I don't believe they really are a top 25 team. And West Virginia certainly isn't that either. The goal now needs to be, hey, you're playing your best basketball come March, and you finish top 5 in the best conference in college basketball. I don't believe there's any shame in that, and that likely is what Bill Self's caring about at this point. You can set your sights on a Big 12 championship, but really where you couldn't get it done last year, where you couldn't get it done the year before, you limped to the very end. And this Kansas team, hopefully from this win, if you're a Kansas fan, is the springboard, but I also said the TCU game could have been the springboard, and it didn't carry over into Morgantown. They got to prove to me they can play with that type of intensity and that ferocity on the road, whoever it's against. I don't care if it's Texas Tech, Arizona, or Colorado. You got to show you can win on the road, because those were 2 ghastly performances against UCF and West Virginia. Last night was great, but it's also winning in Lawrence, which no matter what Bill Self's teams look like, they usually do win in Lawrence.
And I think what will really help them is having back-to-back home games. They've got one on Friday. Kansas has only played multiple games or consecutive games in the same place 3 times this season, when they played A&M CC and Princeton back-to-back, and then when they played out in the Players era. And then when they played Towson and Davidson. They have been all over the place this season, going from Allen to T-Mobile Center to NC State. And then they had, a little pull and push to start conference play with UCF, TCU, at West Virginia, Iowa State. Now they get back-to-back home games where Kansas is, everybody knows Allen Fieldhouse is a tough place to win. I think that's probably the most obvious thing. Obvious words have been said on this program, but it feels nice to know where your feet are in back-to-back games. And KU gets Baylor on Friday. That one a 7 o'clock tip-off, a game you'll hear right here on the channel, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. But when we return, we'll head west a couple of miles, and we will talk with the voice of the K-State Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson. We'll preview K-State and UCF coming up tonight when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of
All right,
Wichita
Sports
fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Since 1997, the Wichita Sports Commission has worked to promote, acquire, and support a diversity of youth, amateur, and professional sports programs and events, enhancing the Wichita area economy and quality of life. Their next event is in January. The top high school basketball talent will be in Wichita as Sunrise Christian Academy hosts the 4th annual Air Capital Hoop Fest, January 23rd through the 25th at Fugate Gymnasium on the Newman University campus. Nationally ranked teams are in action. Sunrise Christian Academy, a local favorite, Montverde Academy out of Florida, Veritas Academy from California, and Dream City from Arizona. This event is made possible by the Wichita Sports Commission, Sunrise Christian Academy, and Visit Wichita. Get more information at wichitasports.com.
You've got options for what you can do with your money. So asking the right banking and investing questions matters. But who you ask is just as important as what you ask. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of experience helping people like you get the most out of their money. No matter your questions, we have proven financial
Let me know when you get Wyatt.
solutions and
All right,
strategies
we got
that
Wyatt,
can
and I'll be right
tailor
back.
to
Awesome.
meet your needs. Working together, we'll find your answers. The only answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV will get you ready for this season with Rhino linings. Work or play, nothing beats a Rhino, the leader in sprayed-in truck bed liners. Rhino linings outperform plastic drop-in rubber mats and paint-like coatings. Protect your truck bed from damage with this ultra-durable spray-in bed liner. Rhino linings don't crack, peel, or warp and include a lifetime warranty. Toppers Plus Truck and RV, your platinum Rhino lining applicator at 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you. Head to Gillies Park City for live music and our legendary honky tonk. This month, don't miss Dirty Bourbon Band, the 16th
And a reminder,
and 17th.
you'll have Rock and
Wednesdays
Brews
belong
after
to the
Wyatt.
ladies.
Okay,
No cover,
thanks.
just good times. Enjoy mouth-watering barbecue, 1,000 slot machines, non-stop arcade action, and trackside racing. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings, where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Pay heed, all who enter.
A SWAT on one end, a poster on the other. What a sequence.
Join the Jayhawks all season on the hardwood.
He hit it from way downtown. The behind the back and a three-point dagger.
The legacy continues right here.
Chalk it up, the Jayhawks win.
On your home for Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
Friday night at 7, the Jayhawks take on Baylor on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to The Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo filling in for Pat today. But in his regular 225 window here on a Wednesday, it's Wyatt Thompson, voice of the Kansas State Wildcats. Wyatt, I hope you enjoyed your new year. It's been a little bit since we talked. How's Big 12 conference play been treating you so far?
Well, it's been challenging. There's no doubt about that. Good to be on with you, buddy. I think what we really have seen in the first three games is the fact that we've seen all three teams, even though I think you'd say that BYU and Arizona are a little bit different than Arizona State in terms of just the national recognition. But I think K-State has struggled with the length of those teams. The example I would use here is that Arizona State had in excess of 50 paint points on Saturday in that 3-point loss in Tempe, and they also blocked 10 shots. I think the length is also, bothered K-State, in terms of just trying to get good quality shots. They made 13 threes on Saturday. Usually when you do that, you have a chance, and they did have a chance. But at the bottom line is I don't think they got enough paint touches, and I think they'll work on things like that to try to get better. There's a lot to it, though, but at the end of the day, they've got to be better defensively. They've got to rebound better, play just a little more consistently, and really work and move the ball to get probably more consistent shots.
And you brought up the quality of shot. It seems like that is an issue not only for K-State, but teams across the country, especially when you bring in a lot of guys that play a certain style. And for Kansas State, running this kind of feels like freelance style offense where there's not much rhyme or reason. It's just kind of a lot of flow. There's not a whole lot of set plays. And for K-State, that can lead to some poor shots and some missed opportunities. How do you feel like they can do better at generating better shots offensively in terms of the flow of the offense?
Well, the paint touch part, I think, is a big deal. Okay, I'm just going to throw that out there because when you look at what K-State did early in terms of ball movement against lesser competition, I get that, but I think they did get the ball moved from side to side, get some paint touches and some kickouts. We haven't seen as many kickouts lately, have we?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so how does that translate? Well, I'll tell you, to be honest, how that works. I think when it's all said and done, I would tell you through most of the non-conference, K-State was a 38, 39, almost 40% three-point shooting team.
Mm-hmm.
In 3 Big 12 games, you know where they're at? 27%.
Wow.
So the length has been one thing, but, spacing and ball reversal and stepping into shots has been another, from my perspective, at least.
And another issue, and you bring up the fact they're getting, not getting enough paint touches. Their 2 starting big men, Rapiak and McGriff, they are 2 of the top 3 leaders in the entire conference in personal fouls. They can't stay on the floor. And that was especially the issue against Arizona. I mean, McGriff was in and out in a hurry. He never stood a chance in that game, and he leads the team in plus minus. And you need to have those guys out on the field.
Yeah.
I looked at some of the numbers on Saturday's game against Arizona State. Tons of fouls. Arizona State 15 to 21 on layups, too many turnovers. It just feels like they're playing really sloppy and undisciplined. And Jerome Tang brought it up, and this is unfortunately this is a direct quote. He said they don't always play like they really like each other, and I think that's an issue around college basketball when you bring in these one-year rentals. Is that kind of how it seems from your perspective? You watched a lot of basketball in your tenure as the play-by-play voice. I mean, is that kind of the vibe you get as well, is that they just don't really know how to play with each other out there?
Well, I think it's a good point, and I think the foul situation that you're talking about has been monumental in these 3 games too. You talked about those guys hardly being on the floor, and I've said over and over in watching this team that when they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you can argue what percentage of 40 minutes in a game are they doing that, and you'd probably get a variety of answers, I would guess. But I think the point is if they're doing that, part of that is, Chance, everybody doing their job. It is most difficult if you're playing at Arizona against the top-ranked team in the country, and Elias Rapiak and Kamari McGriff are sitting on the bench more than they're playing. That is a perfect equation for disaster, and I think, frankly, we saw that. I mean, they got smoked, so they've got to get better there. I was a little bit surprised at the quote that you used there. I hadn't heard Coach Tang talk about that so much. I don't know whether it was just frustration or, he's convicted with that and believes that. I'm not here questioning him in any way. I don't mean it that way. But I think he's also in the same breath said when things are good, he really likes this group and they've been coachable. So maybe it was at least a little bit just the frustration. I know he's really frustrated with the fouls. And there's only so much you can do. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to having played, 50% of this schedule, right?
Yeah.
And I get asked every day, how are they going to get better defensively and in rebounding? And I think a lot of it is just effort and execution. You're not going to reinvent the wheel here. You either are or you aren't in some ways, right?
Yeah.
And so I think focus, as an example, being at shoot-around today, prior to the game tonight, they're talking about just, being more physical, being tougher, getting on the floor after loose balls, playing smarter, all of those things. So there's a lot of things on the table with this team. I think they do have some skill, but they're best when they're doing what they're supposed to be doing and everybody's doing their part. And what I mean by that is, as you go back and you look at these 3 games, you'll have one game where, let's say, Abdi goes crazy and Nate does almost nothing. And then the next game, it's the opposite. It's really hard to beat those kind of level of teams if that's happening.
And is there a solution? Is it just getting to the rim a little bit more often? Because it feels like once they get to the rim that they're a much better basketball team than when they're, shooting all these threes that, say what you want. The 3-point shot is kind of the best shot in basketball, but the shots they're taking, some of them aren't. And it feels like when they get to the rim, that's when they're really dangerous.
If you go back and watch the tape of the Arizona game as an example, they got some good looks and made some nice threes where they're getting the ball, in a kick-out situation or ball reversal. And yet there are other times when, they're getting into the paint and getting clogged up and make a bad pass, and that ends up as a dunk at the other end. Or, you're kind of in hurry up mode and you're firing up a 24-footer at the end of the shot clock.
Yeah.
Right. Those are not going to end up very good most of the time either. And I think that lends to the point that I made a moment ago with, 27% is not real good in any way. And in particular, if you're going to shoot the ball 30 plus times from three, which they have recently, or 20 to 30, I guess 20 is probably fine. You get into that middle 30 stuff, I'd rather see them have a few more paint touches and maybe try to make a mid-range, 16, 17-foot shot. That's just me. I'm not a coach, but that's what I would tell you.
Talking to Wyatt Thompson, voice of the Wildcats here. K-State with a big 3-game stretch ahead of the KU game. UCF coming up tonight, a team that was in the top 25 last week, had that win at home against Kansas, but they've kind of had a rough week and they end up on the wrong side of the rankings. Then they go to Oklahoma State, who is a much improved team from a year ago. That's not a gimme. And then they host Utah before hosting, of course, those Jayhawks. If you are a coach, and I know you just said you're not a coach, but just if you are a coach, what are you looking for K-State to improve upon over this 3-game stretch before, probably the biggest game of the season comes up on that Saturday, January 24th?
I just want to see, this is probably oversimplifying it because you have to do a lot of things to play really quality, consistent basketball, but I just want to see more togetherness and more effort tonight, right out of the gate. Be connected, be together, be mentally into it. And hopefully that leads to, better ball movement, better offense, maybe some better defense, boxing out a little bit better, those types of things. Because I heard Coach say that the guards, at the shoot around today, guys are going to have to get on the glass because of their length. We've got to get people boxed out and get bodies on bodies to help the cause here. So there's a lot to it. Hopefully being at home helps. And you're right. This is a very interesting stretch. I think UCF is a game that is a 50-50 game. It may even be less than 50-50 going to Stillwater. They're 11-1 at home, and that loss was last night to Baylor. And Baylor made 9 of 14 threes in the first half and kind of got away from them a little bit. They may not do that again, but traditionally that's been a hard place it's been a hard place for a lot of teams to play, but in particular K-State.
Yeah.
And then, as you say, you've got Kansas coming in. Well, you got Utah and then Kansas. Utah's towards the bottom of the league, and they're kind of in a rebuild mode. But I watched them play tough against BYU at home the other night in Salt Lake. If they're doing that, then they're going to give K-State a game, right? You would assume. So that's just what the league is. And I think these kids are learning that, there's not any gimmies out there, and they're just going to have to be better more consistently. And that's been a challenge right now.
And in preparation for tonight's game, what has kind of impressed you about Johnny Dawkins' squad for UCF?
I like their depth. I like their length, and I like their balance. And let me tell you what I mean by that. In studying this team, I would tell you they're third in the league in three-point percentage at 37.5, which is very good. But they're also good on the inside as a team. They're shooting about 49%. They are a decent defensive team. But remember we talked about rebounding and defense a lot. They're plus 8. They're 8 plus. I want to be accurate here, okay? I want to make sure I get this right. They are 8.2 plus 8.2 in rebound margin. How does that compare to K-State, would you ask? Well, K-State is plus 1.3. Common sense would tell you that will be a big stat to watch tonight.
Yeah.
Right? And again, they have pretty good depth. The Fumina kid coming off the bench is 6'11". Pacheco is a 39% three-point shooter. Chris Johnson's just a scorer. Cambridge has been around forever, so they have pieces. And I guess I'm just impressed when you look at what they've done and the numbers and see they're 13-2, and their losses have been to a really good Vanderbilt team and then in Stillwater. That's not a crime. That's pretty good basketball.
Yeah, very good basketball team. They come to Bramlage Coliseum tonight. Let's head over to Veneer. K-State football adding probably it feels like the final piece of the coaching staff puzzle with offensive coordinator Sean Gleason. Have you had the opportunity to meet Coach Gleason? And if so, what are some of your first impressions on that hire?
Well, let me tell you about the impressions, because I have not met him yet just because of all of the basketball, but I will. I'm excited to meet him. He was, well, I'll say this. I really think Coach Klein has done a really good job of building this group in terms of the staff and the players.
Mm-hmm.
I like what he's done in having some young, energetic, get on the road, recruit your tail off kind of guys, but also having guys that have been in multiple programs that have some experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Coach Gleason is one of those. He's still a relatively young coach, but he's been around a little bit. He's been in different systems. I think that will give Colin and with Gleason in the booth a little bit of a different, set of eyes on what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
I am of the belief that Colin will still be the play caller, but he'll have a huge impact on what happens with the offense in the fall. And from the player side of it, they've done really well in the portal so far. They've done a nice job of keeping most of that initial recruiting class intact, with
Mm-hmm.
a couple of exceptions. And that's remarkable with the coaching change, I think. But they've addressed some things, and boy, getting a couple of edge guys defensively here in the last few days has been really, really good. So I think we're all excited here about, what Colin is and has been and will be, and we'll see how it plays out.
Do you have anybody that they picked up in the last week or so that's really caught your eye? I think the running back from Oregon, Jay Harris, former Northwest Missouri State guy, I think that's a really nice addition to the backfield that needed some size. But you can't go wrong with the two edge rushers they got, the one from Oklahoma State and then the one earlier this morning that I'm not sure if you can officially talk about yet, since I have no idea if he's officially a Wildcat yet or not. But it feels like this is feels like they're kind of following the Texas Tech model. Let's get some dudes, put them up front, and let's pin our ears back and get to the quarterback.
Mm-hmm. And I think the Gregory kid from Oklahoma State was just a really big deal, because he really showed flashes last year of being one of the better edge rushers in the league, and he's very young with 3 years to play.
Yeah,
I think that's the thing that Colin liked also, and you've seen him do that in more of these situations than not, whether it's edge or whether it's a safety or a corner or whatever it might be, a running back. I'm like you. Stan knows a little bit about the Hill kid who was at Oregon. He didn't get a lot of opportunity, but he says he really is a quality guy. And I think we all appreciated Joe Jackson for what he was, but you put Jackson and Hill and Fields together, all of a sudden that running back room looks pretty dang good, right?
Yeah.
So I think there are reasons to be excited. You hope that all of this kind of, when it's all said and done, it falls together pretty well. I think now you got to get them in the weight room and get through the winter conditioning and into spring ball and all of those kind of things. But I think they're off to a roaring start, to be real honest with you, and I'm pumped up about it.
Yeah, I'm excited too. And before we let you go, it was I know the last time we talked, we kind of talked about the state of college football, college athletics. The rule that's being proposed that was approved by the coaches, the 9-game redshirt rule. Personally, not a fan, but if it gets us closer to the 5-for-5, I'm for it. What are your thoughts on the 9-game redshirt rule that was proposed and approved upon by the coaches? It hasn't been approved by the NCAA yet, but just your overall thoughts on that.
Well, I think the coaches are how do I want to say this? I think 9 is maybe a stretch with the way the NCAA could look at it, and I guess I understand that. You mentioned the 5 to play 5. I would probably be a fan of that, where before I wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I am more so of it now is because they're giving so many kids an extra year or two or whatever it might be. And I think that's what needs to be cleaned up. Meaning, okay, if you want to do 5 for 5, great, but let's don't give kids 6th and 7th and 8th years. I think that's ridiculous.
I agree as well.
That's just my personal opinion.
Yep. Fire up to LinkedIn, get a job. That's my opinion on it. But
any job would help, right?
If I was in high school at the same time you were, I no longer want to see you in college football. I'm going on year 3 of a full-time job. I don't need to see anybody my age in college football. Wyatt, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy the game tonight, and I'm sure Pat will look forward to talking to you next week.
Absolutely. I'll just say this: Devin Cambridge of UCF. He's been 3 years at Auburn, a year at Arizona State, 2 at Texas Tech, and 1 at UCF. Start adding that up. Coach joked today that he thought Mark Vidal, who's on our staff, was a junior when this kid was a sophomore at Tech.
Yeah.
So we got to clean that up.
Yeah.
Period, end of story.
Yeah.
Good talking to you, Chance.
Yeah. Good to talk to you, Wyatt. That's Wyatt Thompson, voice of the K-State Wildcats. He'll have the call tonight for K-State and UCF. When we return, Vinny Pasquantino had some thoughts. He took them back on the Twitter device. We'll talk about that when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
This is the
Rock and
Pulse
Bruce Reed
on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
If you don't have any plans this weekend, head on down to Rock and Brews Casino, a quick road trip south of Wichita to Bremen, Oklahoma, right off exit 231. They have over 500 of the hottest games, but you can stay for experiencing the Rock and Brews restaurant. Fresh comfort foods and brews with a rock spin. They also have videos of the greatest rock and roll moments, concert lighting, delicious menus, signature cocktails, and a wide selection of local and international craft beers. If that doesn't have you fired up, I don't know what will. Rock and Brews Casino. Eat, win, rock on. And for more details, go to rockandbrewscasinobremen.com.
Hey, it's Sean Tarbell with Davis Moore Chevrolet. A new year brings a smarter, stronger way to drive. So jump into the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 Custom 4x4 and save up to $14,000 off MSRP or get 1.9% financing. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP on the 2025 Chevy Suburban Premier 4x4, combining style and performance. Together, let's drive at Davis Moore Chevrolet, located under the big American flag at Kellogg and Tyler, or check us out online at davis-moorechevrolet.com. All offers plus tax, title, tax, and administrative fees expire February 2nd, 2026.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, ESPN Wichita, we're getting you ready for the NFL's divisional round at Gillies and Park City this Saturday. Come hang out with us at the Golden Circle Sports Bar on the 3rd floor with 2 50-foot screens as the football season barrels towards Super Sunday. Every seat is the best seat in the house at the Golden Circle on game day. Come enjoy some good eats, ice cold beverages, Saturday the 17th at Gillies Park City with ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
She'd take Colorado if he'd take her with him.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here with you, filling in for Pat Strathman today. Jack Johnson contributing and producing today. Appreciate Wyatt Thompson for his time as we are about to wrap up hour number 1. The news broke yesterday, and Pat talked about it on his show, that the Royals are going to be moving the fences in 10 feet and lowering the wall to 8 feet in most areas, which will provide more home runs, will allow for more offense, you would think, and overall, I think a more pleasurable viewing experience. As a fan, the best play in baseball is a home run. And there's nothing fans love more than home runs. And you would think that a hitter like Vinny Pasquantino, who had a multitude of WTP outs, warning track power outs, taken away from him, you would think that he would be fairly happy about the fences being moved in. But Vinny Pasquantino had some interesting thoughts on the fences moving in, notably regarding some of the advanced analytics, such as WRC plus, weighted runs created plus, which takes into account the park factor, which when it comes to, if you are into the advanced analytics like I am, but a lot of people don't understand, park factor takes into account all of the avenues of getting on base, creating offense. It doesn't just factor in home runs. And the Royals have a pretty high park factor before the move of the fences because of the big alleys, allowing for a lot more extra base hits for the likes of Bobby Witt Jr. and Maikel Garcia. And now with the fences being moved in, it creates an interesting situation, which means how will the Royals park now kind of be viewed? Is it more of a hitter-friendly ballpark? Is it more neutral? It seems like it'll be more neutral now, as it's always kind of been known as a pitcher's ballpark because not very many home runs get hit there, but you can still work the alleys plenty. But Vinny Pasquantino, who unfortunately is in the middle of an arbitration hearing for his 2026 salary, he has some concerns about it because it will affect some of the stats like WRC plus, which in turn affect WAR. He thinks that it could have a negative on some of the players like himself and like a Jack Caglione or Salvador Perez. But, you know, Jack, I kind of want to bring your thoughts in here. Vinny is not as much of a fan. I think he's more curious than he is upset about it. Obviously, more home runs, the better. But he provides an interesting angle given the fact that there will not be as many triples, which hurts Bobby Witt Jr. and hurts Maikel Garcia. Probably not as many doubles either. But I'm sure you talked about this with Pat yesterday, so I apologize for forcing you to be redundant. But just kind of Vinny's thoughts and Vinny's approach on it. Is that something that you kind of took into account before, or was it just, okay, more home runs, more exciting?
There's a couple different ways to look at it. I mean, for years, the Royals have been tailor-made to use their speed and defense and tailor that toward good pitching as well. And I feel that still is a constant, but the Royals are in a position where they can trust their pitching staff to play with some different dimensions and to pitch well with different dimensions. You know, there's always the excuse that people use, or maybe not an excuse, not the right way to say it, a rebuttal people will give when the Royals can't hit home runs. They say, well, these other teams can come in here and they can hit 4 or 5 home runs in a game. Why can't the Royals do it? Well, they also, when the roster was created, they didn't have a bunch of power hitting guys.
Yeah.
They never really have been that type of team. And also, it's one thing to come in here and mash for a series and then play 81 games a year in that ballpark. And I know that, you know, over the course of the season, players got frustrated. J.J. McCole got frustrated with some really well-struck balls that just died on the warning track. And they feel that if you hit a ball that well, it should result in a home run. And that's also the risk you run when you bring the fences in a little bit, and now you'll be facing a team where a ball that might have died on the warning track, it does carry over. But I do feel they want to boost this offense a little bit more because they have faith in the pitching staff. And I get what Vinny Pasquantino is saying here. He's about to go into a situation where you have to give reasons as to why you're worth what he's asking for, which is $4.5 million. And the Royals are going to tell you why you're not worth that and why you should only be worth $4 million. I believe it's silly. The fact they went to an arbitration hearing,
Agreed.
It's ridiculous. This is one of your best offensive players and heart and soul members. The Royals have done a lot of right by these guys. This is one that I don't agree with them, and I'm curious why they are going to a hearing over $500,000. But I do feel it's going to be better for the team. I feel it's going to entice more free agents along the way to come in and maybe sign with Kansas City because it's more of a power-hitting ballpark than it once was. And that's maybe the biggest misconception out there. And I said this on Shane's show. Kauffman Stadium is not a pitcher-friendly ballpark. We like to think that it is because it's so cavernous. It favors everything but home runs.
Yep.
So that's where, you got this cavernous outfield. Doubles and triples happen all the time. There's more green grass for a ball to find. But the home runs, those never happen. It's why for years the home run record was 36 in Kansas City. And then finally, once you had the juice ball era, that got shattered. And now they have more guys that are capable of having 30-plus home runs. But think about it this way. You've turned Bobby Witt Jr. into a 40-home run threat. You've turned Vinny Pasquantino into a 40-home run threat. You've turned Jack Caglione into a 30-home run threat. Carter Jensen, Salvador Perez can stay a 25 to 30 home run guy. And that's what's beneficial for this offense. Whereas they don't have the same type of hitters they had in 14 and 15. I believe there are some power hitters in this lineup that are hindered by the massive outfield and the high walls they have at Kauffman Stadium. I'm all for it. I want to see more home runs, so you're not going to find me complaining about it.
Yeah, I think that fans are really happy about it. You're going to see more home runs. You're going to see more offense. I mean, I feel like every Royals game I've been to has been a 1-0, 3-2, but maybe that'll change. I think that it also affects the stock of a guy like Michael Wacha or a Seth Lugo, who have significantly benefited from the fact that Kauffman Stadium does not allow very many home runs, and Kyle Isbell can run down damn near anything out there in center field. But that is a topic for another time. When we return, hour number 2, we'll hear from Paul Mills when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
High school game of the week returns this Friday night on the ESPN Wichita YouTube page as the City League takes center stage on Friday. League rivals Northwest and Wichita Heights will do battle on Friday night as one of the top teams in 6A looks to avoid an inner-city upset. Tune in on Friday night at 7 o'clock as Wichita Heights and Wichita Northwest headline the high school game of the week, presented by Commerce Bank, only on the ESPN Wichita YouTube page.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400-horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
Head to Gillies Park City for live music and our legendary honky tonk. This month, don't miss Dirty Bourbon Band the 16th and 17th. Wednesdays belong to the ladies. No cover, just good times. Enjoy mouth-watering barbecue, 1,000 slot machines, non-stop arcade action, and trackside racing. Every Monday and Wednesday is our hottest hot seat drawings, where 100 winners take home a share of $10,000 in club cash. Catch every play of NFL and college football playoffs at Golden Circle Sports Bar. Gillies, where the stars come to play. Visit playgillies.com.
NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio.
Left corner three on its way and straight down the well.
Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks complete a 4-game West Coast trip in San Francisco against Steph Curry and the Warriors.
Flips it up and in. Wow, Steph Curry.
The Knicks at the Warriors. Coverage begins Thursday at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN Wichita's app. new sports Presented by Indeed.
Wichita's home for the NBA. ESPN Wichita,
92.3
FM.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. It's back to school for Oregon quarterback Dante Moore. He announced he'll be back with the Ducks for the 2026 college football season. In addition to trying to help Oregon win a national title, Moore's got a couple of parts of his game he wants to improve on.
I can become a better leader. And when it comes to my play style, just, dissecting defenses, being able to be comfortable with, if I see a defense that I know I've seen this coverage before and how to attack it. And there's a lot of great memories. And of course, I'm still 20 years old, so I'm still young and I have a lot of memories to make out here in college. I'm excited to be around the guys.
Oregon quarterback Dante Moore, by going back to the Ducks, he gave up a shot to be the top pick in the upcoming NFL draft. He will project near the top of a loaded QB class for 2027. NFL, as the Steelers get ready to start their search for Mike Tomlin's successor and only their fourth head coach in 57 years, Team President Art Rooney said today his expectation has not changed. It is to compete to win a championship each year. He also dismissed the idea of a rebuild. Rooney added that he believed Tomlin's decision will affect the future of quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who signed a one-year deal to play for Tomlin last offseason.
Case for Charles Smallman coming up Thursday. From Cam Ward to Jackson Dart, I'll tell you which second-year quarterback is primed for success next year with a new head coach. It's on SportsFilm, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the O.
Welcome back to the Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat Strathman today on the Pulse. Appreciate you for joining us here from 2 to 4. Jack Johnson in the producer's chair today. If you missed any of hour number one, we recap the KU win against Iowa State, dominating all facets of that game. We broke down what it means for the future of the Jayhawks, the short-term future for the Jayhawks, as well as other takeaways from that game. We talked to Wyatt Thompson at 2:25. We heard what he had to say about the portal class, the new offensive coordinator for the football team, and, of course, the Wildcats on the hardwood as they have struggled to an 0-3 start. We broke down the UCF contest tonight between K-State and UCF. And then we talked about the Royals' decision to move the fences back, how it could affect some key players like Vinny Pasquantino, who provided his thoughts on Twitter that was eventually deleted. Here in hour number two, we'll hear from Paul Mills, head men's basketball coach at Wichita State. He stepped to the podium yesterday, had plenty to say after the Shockers win against North Texas on Sunday, coming road trip at Florida Atlantic tomorrow, at USF on Sunday. Big games coming up for Wichita State. Then at 3:25, we'll talk headlines, the latest in the NFL and college football ranks, with a key quarterback returning to a national title contender. How does that affect another quarterback that just signed with that school? We'll also talk about a signing that just happened in Major League Baseball, some of the NFL openings, as well as take a look at what are some of the key games on the college basketball schedule tonight. If you're a sicko like myself, you'll be tuned in for some of the late night action, as we've got three top 6 teams in action after 8:30 Central Standard Time. We'll talk about some of those games. And then we will break into a Who Am I Wednesday. That'll be at 3:45. But now it's time to get to head men's basketball coach for Wichita State. Paul Mills took the podium yesterday. He talked about the win on Sunday against North Texas, what he's seen on film from FAU in South Florida. Here is Paul Mills yesterday at the podium.
Well, spend a little time here just
Your
bragging
mic is
about
off,
our
and it's
guys.
18:05 on this.
There are
Okay,
a
thank you.
number of people.
You want to play it in length?
In this
Yes, please.
NIL era.
Okay.
Who just talk about all the changes that have been made to the landscape. And it's true, it's really different, just college athletics and what it was even a year ago, or I'm sorry, 10 years ago, but it's definitely different than even what it was 2 or 3 years ago. And some of those changes have been good, and very appreciative of the fact that there's been strides made in order to help student athletes. And I would concur with a lot of people that there's a lot of changes that have really stunted the growth and development of athletes. But I do want to share with you what hasn't changed, and that's academics. Players still go to class. They still take finals. They still go to study hall. They're involved with internships. They still get graded. They still have group projects. And that is still the same. There are people day in and day out who understand their responsibilities academically, and our players do that. I know with spring semester starting next week, I really just want to tell you how proud I am of our guys and all that they've done in the classroom and just how good it's been. So I will tell you, we've got 15 players. 3 of them made straight A's, 4.0. 11 of them have north of a 3.5 GPA, and the 3.43 team GPA is the second highest in the history of Shocker basketball. And guys who are responsible, I just really admire people who do things with excellence, and they understand that they're stewards. You've been given something, and you have a responsibility to do it well. And just really proud of our guys. It's a tribute to our staff. Nolan McGee kind of heads all this up for us and does a phenomenal job of class checks and making sure that people are there. If you're not in class, if you're 2 minutes late, they usually have a cleaning session at 6 a.m. in the weight room. And we've had some of those, but we haven't had many of them. As many of you know, Gretchen Torline oversees all of it, and she just beams with pride. If any of you know Gretchen, just understand how prideful she is and the job that she does helping our student athletes. I can't thank her enough. It's a testament to our parents, and it's a tribute to our players. It's been my experience that people who know how to take care of responsibilities off the court are usually going to do a good job on it. You lift weights. You don't exercise strength in a silo. You lift weights with our strength coach so that you can then go exercise it on the court. You have to have discipline off the court so you can go exercise it on it. And for our guys to achieve what they did, we tell them up front that this is important to us, and there are standards here. And so for these guys to have the second highest GPA in the fall semester for that semester, just really, really proud. And it's a tribute to the parents, and it's a tribute to the players.
You mentioned after the North Texas game, I think one of the first things you said was, when it comes to conference games, skill doesn't mean those games, intangibles do.
Yeah.
What are some of the most important intangibles that are going to be in this championship?
Yeah, I would tell you physicality. This is going to be a game that I just really believe it's a game that honors toughness. And we're hitting people. We're just not maintaining physicality. And that's an intangible. I mean, we showed a number of clips in what we would reference as TNT plays. It takes no talent. And some of that is just being able to grab a loose ball with 2 hands. We had 7 of them. just being able to retrieve those basketballs. Some of it is maintaining contact, like we'll hit, but we're not sticking. And it's leading to too many shot opportunities for the opposition. Running the floor is one of those TNT plays it takes no talent. Playing off of 2 feet is a developed skill, but that's to be honest with you, that's a TNT play. And we have a number of them. We grade them, we show them, and just really try to encourage guys that, man, you probably heard me say, you need to operate in the 95%. 5% of the game, the ball's going to be your hands. And you need to know what your truth is and who you are as a player. But then you need to operate in that 95%. A lot of operating in that 95% is making TNT plays. And, there's games where we have more of them. Usually if we can be in north of 18, we're probably going to find our way winning that basketball game. So it comes down to closing out with a stick hand or, referencing a Kango on a hot, like all of the things that you have to do in order to be good at defending personnel. But those are some of them.
Yeah, it's a kind of game that's on Sunday. Clearly a lot of good space room to work with. Is that sort of by design from Shots want to do, or just pretty much what the defense do?
Yeah, offense is spacing, and spacing is offense, and good spacing creates good offense, and vice versa. And good offense usually requires good spacing. There was a company that was around that did this metric of spacing, and was fortunate to coach teams that were number 1 in the country at it. And I think everybody understands what spacing is. If you ever watch 3rd graders play basketball, one of the 3rd graders has the ball and the other 4 kids are yelling, Noah, 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 Noah. And they're all running at them. And you just realize when I watch camp basketball, I was like, this spacing is awful. And just you're looking at corners. I think everybody understands spacing, but the most important thing is respacing. The ball does not stand still. And I thought we did a good job of respacing. It's some of this is organic. Some of it is being mindful about where you need to position yourselves on the court. And was really proud of, like, for instance, KG's last play of the game. They take the ball out of KG's hands. He throws over to the right side to Mike. And I know that fans were booing because the initial play was Will around the goal. And fans booed twice. Will was 100% right on both of those decisions and did the right thing and turns around and gets the ball out. We're not going to take a shot, unless it's a layup or a dunk, and those weren't afforded to him. But I thought that was better than what we faced if you go back and revisit the Charlotte game. Like, there were lessons learned from that opportunity. But going back to that particular play, we get Mike right 45, throw it to KB in the corner. KB goes and gets a piece squared play, kicks it to KG up top. He drains a 3. And there's 6 seconds. I thought there was a lot of maturity there. There was a lot of patience. There was understanding. So spacing is pretty significant. And I thought overall that the last game, I thought we did a good job. We haven't had much in the way of spacing here just on account of our inability to shoot the 3 my previous 2 years. And so it's getting better. But again, like, we were number 1 in the country at getting shots at the rim. And you have to have space for that. As you understand, people aren't just going to let you go dunk the ball. So when teams collapse and you spray it out, you need to have people who can make them pay, and just feel like, we have a group that if you try that, we can make you pay.
How's TJ doing?
Good. Yeah. Phil good. He's cleared all the protocols. He's got one more hurdle before to be cleared, but I think he's going to be fine and he'll be able to go Thursday.
Looked like a pretty big turnaround in that North Texas game compared to the Rice game. What would you say you were pleased with the most?
Explain to me what you mean by pretty big turnaround.
It looked like Rice kind of played a lot more physical. It seemed like you guys handled that pretty well against North Texas. I guess, was that something you were pleased with?
The physicality, yes. And, we just couldn't get shots to fall. And in that Rice game, we were getting them. We're getting quality shots. And, again, I don't want to make too much of us not shooting the ball. We could defend better. I thought for the most part we defended better. I thought we over-exaggerated some coverages on 5. And so I thought from an on-ball perspective we were better, but just over-exaggerated some coverages that I think could get exploited later that we need to clean up. But, we were more aggressive. The goal against Rice was to take away the 3, and we did a really good job of that. It just didn't materialize for us on the offensive end, as well as some opportunities in one-on-one defense. So thought that was better. And, we were only +1 against Rice on the glass, +8 the other day against a good rebounding team. So, I mean, there were some definite pluses, but, physicality, I'm not sure that that was that big of a difference, Rice versus North Texas.
You mentioned like the importance of like the TNT plays. How do you guys emphasize that? Is it just point them out and film like, hey, this is, this gets rewarded? Do those guys get celebrated, or like how do you guys kind of emphasize TNT plays?
Yeah, acknowledge it, in film, rewarded on the court. We've been really clear with our guys on the things that you need to do, and really just giving them one thing to think about. And so when the TNT plays come up, I think for the most part, everybody's required to make TNT plays. Everybody's required to space. Everybody's required to defensive rebound, and everybody's required to take care of the ball. That's universal all the way across the board. So we knowing that there's TNT plays in the same way that we would do defensive rebounding, the same way that we would do pick and roll coverage, we make sure that they're acknowledged.
I guess, did you have a favorite one from last game?
I would tell you that the 2-hand grab by Karan Boyd off of a save to the corner by KG. You see one earlier that happens where DB saves a ball underneath your own goal. You don't need to do that. You're going to find yourself at a disadvantage. But I think KG tries to throw it off one of their players. KB ends up grabbing it. Thought the other one was Mike being able to grab a 2-hand loose ball off of DB getting a shot blocked, and he grabs it, goes in, and Will ends up getting a 3-point play out of it. But just being able to retrieve, not trying to make plays out of bobbled balls, just making sure that you're retrieving basketballs with 2 hands. Again, it's just a lack of discipline to do otherwise.
Look at FAU. A lot of height on that team and rim protection, block shots definitely stands out right now for that. What kind of comes to mind for you looking at the Owls?
Yeah, really good. I mean, shoot the 3. I mean, you don't see a lot of guys at 6'11" just have that kind of gravity, having the ability to shoot the ball with 0 fat on his shot. Like I know everybody gets caught up in the Klay Thompson .29 catch release, but I bet he's in the 0.5, 0.6 range. And because he's 6'11", they just spread you out so much. And then they have an elite shot blocker in Devin Williams who can do a lot of rim protection. And then I would tell you that Carlisle is as good an on-ball defender or an on-ball player. And if your on-ball defense is not up to par, like it could be a really long night because of their ability to play downhill. If you go back and look again, the Memphis game, I mean, they get 18 second chance points to Memphis 0. And Memphis has some guys and they have some ability. So their ability to shoot the ball, their ability to have unique players who can do multiple things. And at the same time, they're leading the league right now in defensive glass. I mean, they're only giving up 20% on the offensive end. So it's just really impressive. John Jacobs has just done a phenomenal job. And those guys are obviously really tough to beat at home.
Taking on these next 2 teams this quarter road trip. These 2 teams are top half of the conference. Obviously, each conference game brings new opportunities, new chances to grow. But I feel like this next 2-game stretch means a little bit more, just looking at the caliber and the record that they have, especially at home?
Honestly, don't know what their record is. I just know they're good. But it does. I mean, it doesn't. You play the next one. I mean, it really doesn't matter. I get where Vegas lines and people think that because so and so says you're supposed to beat them by so and so, that you should have beat them by so and so. I don't think that there's anybody in our locker room who thinks that way. We understand just how hard it's going to be.
Kind of conversations that you had, maybe during the game, maybe after the game on Sunday with the Dylan.
One, we traded text after the game, and I've talked to him since. And, his dad, I've known his dad, Derek Petit, forever. His Uncle Tony was, a lottery pick, and he's a basketball family. I think Dylan Petit was coming to our games when I coached at Baylor back when he was 5 or 6 years old, because I coached his uncle. And so it's fun visiting with the family, and I'm telling you, their family's great. Like, even when they were all at the Bahamas, Dylan Petit played 0 minutes in those 3 games. And they kind of understand. They are a basketball family, and they understand. And Dylan was very grateful. I tell people, I say this, when I get up before the players every day, and I said, I'm about to attack today with a gratitude unknown to all of humankind. I hope you do the same. And I would tell you that, just stealing one of those John Harbaugh quotes, but I would tell you that that's the way Dylan approaches it. Extremely grateful. Whether he plays or doesn't play, he's going to approach it the right way. He has a wonderful family who gets it. And so the conversations have been, happy for Dylan, but you've got a long way to go. And Dylan will be the first one to tell you that.
And someone like Dre, you look at his stats, really good assist to turnover ratio. What are some things that he needs to improve to, become more, play more, be on the floor? Or is it just tough when, he's out there, KG's out there? Does that have something to do with it? Or what are some things that he could do to, be more of a factor, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, those are obviously conversations that we've had with Dre, and I think Dre's done a good job in the minutes that he has. He manages the team. There's some pairings that we're really mindful of. And, there's moments where he's doing really, really well. And I think for him, he's better understanding the things that are required defensively and offensively in order to have him. He was hurt against Rice, and so we were kind of, when he was out there, just playing 4 versus 5 just because of his wrist, and he just wasn't able to shoot the basketball. And so he was trying to move it. Obviously, we had a guy in Mike who was doing really well, and we needed to play him. So all of that to say, I think Dre understands the things he needs to do defensively and offensively in order to give himself an opportunity.
Anything else? Okay.
Thanks, guys.
That was Paul Mills yesterday at the podium ahead of the 2-game road trip to Florida for the Shockers as they tip off tomorrow night against Florida Atlantic in Boca Raton at 8 p.m. A little bit of a late tip out east, but I feel like Wichita State, I think that they just kind of have to aim for a split. And if they can get that, then I feel like they have to be happy coming back to the mainland, coming back to Wichita State after a really tough road trip. 2 of the top teams in the American. It is not as top heavy, or not as strong as it once was at the top when you had the likes of Houston and UConn. But this is a conference now that Wichita State has to feel like they can absolutely win it. It's a conference in which they really don't have an elite team, and Wichita State kind of sits right there in the middle of the pack. It's them, it's Memphis, it's South Florida, it's FAU, it's Tulsa. Those teams are kind of all right in the middle. And Temple, like Shane talked about on his show today, they are currently Joe Lunardi's team to win the American and be in March Madness. It's going to be very interesting to see how they play out tomorrow against a really talented Florida Atlantic team led by one of the nation's top players in Devin Vanterpool, as he will look to lead Florida Atlantic to a win over Wichita State tomorrow. Of course, Shane will give you the preview on that one and much more. Maybe it finds its way into Pick 6 tomorrow. Who knows? But Wichita State hits the road. They will face off with the Owls of Florida Atlantic tomorrow. Here's what you can look forward to tonight. We'll have overtime coming up from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, 6 to 7 overtime, and then it'll be NBA special. Knicks, Warriors, 8:30 p.m. tip-off time tomorrow night right here on the mothership, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. On Friday, it'll be KU pregame at 5:30 with the Hawks taking on the Bears at 7 o'clock. KU Baylor in Big 12 action. Friday night action on Friday between KU and Baylor. On Saturday, it'll be Alabama and Oklahoma. Sunday, it'll be ESPN coverage the entire day. And then Monday, it'll be the College Football Playoff National Championship game between Miami and Indiana. Jack, I know it was floated out potentially by Pat that we might get an NFL playoff game. Are you aware of whether we're going to get one on Saturday or Sunday? Do you know yet, or are we allowed to say yet which game we have or if we have one?
I would have to double check real quick, but I'm sure I can have an answer on the other side of the break.
Yeah, we will get to that. We will get to that game we have. When we return, we'll take a break. When we return, headlines, the notable news and otherwise coming up from around the world of sports. That'll be coming up next when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Saying hello to everyone enjoying a great day at one of the Kansas PACE centers. Whether your loved one is staying active with social activities, catching up with friends, receiving therapies, or getting medical support, Kansas PACE provides expert care and a warm, welcoming place they'll love. And while they're supported, you get peace of mind and time to handle your own responsibilities. Kansas PACE truly is a partner for families caring for aging parents. Learn more at kansaspace.org. AMR Clinical is welcoming adults 18 and older with type 2 diabetes to take part in an innovative clinical research study focused on weight management. If you're overweight or obese, have been on stable diabetes therapy for at least 3 months, and meet additional criteria, you may qualify. Participants will receive all study-related care and investigational medication or placebo at no cost, and may be compensated up to $7,700 for time and travel. Call AMR Clinical today, 316-867-6329, or visit amr-clinical.com.
Why do winners play at Seven Plans Casinos? The numbers don't lie. From Wichita to Texas, Seven Plans has the only certified loose casinos, as verified by Strictly Slots Magazine. That's why winners play here. Plus, use your Seven Plans rewards card for even more perks and offers. It's official. Seven Plans Casinos have the area's only certified loose slots.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. Let's go! The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
There's no bad play, no bad call, no injury that we can't overcome.
When they faced a top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
All I can say is go on you!
Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 on your home for college football. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo here along with Jack Johnson. It wasn't the burnt end of the hour question, but we did leave that last segment with a little bit of a question mark. Jack, do we know if we have a playoff game this weekend or not?
I'm not showing it on my schedule, but that doesn't mean it can't change. So if Pat was teasing it, there absolutely could be something in the works, and fingers crossed we do get a playoff game.
You know, Pat, he loves his behind-the-scenes work. He loves to do all that stuff. So we will see. If you tune in on Saturday or Sunday, there might be a possibility that we have playoff football on the airwaves. So be sure to at least monitor the situation here heading into this weekend, as we'll have coverage. Last week was the last week of What Are the Chances? No What Are the Chances this week, but should be a fun week of football on the horizon. 4 games, but some news when it comes to not only the NFL, but the college ranks. Dante Moore announcing today that he will be returning to Oregon. I was a big fan of Dante Moore this season. I thought he played some of his best games. Obviously, didn't play very well in the what bowl game was it? The Peach Bowl, I guess it would have been the Peach Bowl against the Indiana Hoosiers in the semifinal. I thought he had a really impressive season. I had stock on him to go 1-1. I thought he had a chance of being the best quarterback in the entire draft. I think he would have tested off the charts in the draft process, whether it's in the combine or what have you. One of the better deep balls in the entire country, one of the better pure passers, and a guy that's athletic enough where you could run some offense through him. I thought it was interesting to hear some of the draft pundits, Todd McShay being the one that really stuck his neck out there, saying, if I were his agent, I would say, go back to school. There's no need for you to go and, destroy your career with the New York Jets. And there's a possibility under Phil Knight's wing, he might be making more money in 1 year at Oregon than he would in his first year in the NFL with the New York Jets, who currently hold the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. So with Dante Moore heading back to the Oregon Ducks, it's a very light draft when it comes to quarterbacks. It's Fernando Mendoza, and then you really have to squint. The second quarterback is Ty Simpson, and I have a really hard time seeing him being that kind of quarterback. I don't think he's a quarterback that's going to transcend the NFL. I see him more as a Mac Jones, Daniel Jones kind of player. There's not a whole lot of quarterbacks. I was a big Garrett Nussmeier fan before this season, and he really fell off the wayside. Trinidad Chambliss could see some stock rise if he ends up with his waiver officially getting declined. Carson Beck, if things go well here in the draft process, and if he caps it off with a national title. But this quarterback draft class, it's a tough class to need a quarterback. And I think that it's Mendoza and then a big drop-off. If you look at some of the big boards, it's Mendoza as a top 5 player, and then it's Ty Simpson at 25, and then you have to get to the 90s range before you get to the next quarterback. So Dante Moore really hurts this draft with him staying, and it sets up what could be an intriguing 2027 NFL draft. I mean, there's not really a 1-1, maybe Arch Manning, if he can put it all together. But at the quarterback position, you're looking at Julian Sayin, Arch Manning, Jaden Maeva, Lenora Sellers, who decided to go back to school, Sam Levitt, Brendan Sorsby. I mean, there's names out there that could absolutely make a real name for themselves. But it feels like we say that after every quarterback class. So I think to be in a position like the Chiefs are, where they obviously the Chiefs have their head coach, or not their head coach, their quarterback for the long term, but to be a play or a team like the Jets or a team like the Raiders or the Steelers, who still don't have an answer at your franchise quarterback position, this is not the class to need a quarterback. So Dante Moore returns to Oregon, and it's all more interesting because Nebraska's Dylan Raiola announced earlier this week that he would be transferring to Oregon, and it sounds like he is going to honor that commitment, and he is going to back up Dante Moore at Oregon for a year. And, injuries happen at the quarterback position. There's a non-zero chance that Dylan Raiola has to step in as a potential backup, but there's still some quarterback-needy teams out there, school like Miami or Tennessee, who've still been, hunting for quarterbacks in the portal. Maybe they throw a really big bag at Dylan Raiola to get him to go to their respective school. But it feels like Dante Moore going back to Oregon sets up the Ducks to be one of the teams to watch going into the 2026 season. And then in the NFL side of things, the coaching market continues to turn. Interviews are starting to be conducted. The number one name out there is John Harbaugh. I've confused those names about 8 times since I started hosting Pat's show on Monday. But John Harbaugh, it sounds like he's interviewing with the Giants, and Jordan Schultz reported earlier today, or at least he speculated, that deal could come to fruition at the end of the day if those two sides see eye to eye, which I'm not sure there's many organizations that see eye to eye with Joe Schoen and the New York Giants. But with John Harbaugh in his position with the Giants, I'm curious to see what his staff would look like. He's rotated coordinators over the years in Baltimore. Todd Monken being the latest offensive guru that he's had at the helm, and who knows if his position is safe in Baltimore. But John Harbaugh to the Giants, I think that's an interesting position. And I think that the Giants are probably the middle tier of jobs opportunities. It felt like he might want to go to Miami, but John Harbaugh, it feels like he might be headed towards the Giants. And then the other one that got dropped yesterday, Mike Tomlin, stepping away from coaching for, it seems like he steps away for a year, could follow the Sean Payton route where he steps down, goes to TV, gets paid handsomely, and then gets back on the job market. But the Steelers still control his rights as a head coach. So if a team were to hire Mike Tomlin, they would have to make a trade. And the Broncos traded a first-round pick to get Sean Payton. I'm not sure what the market would be to trade for Mike Tomlin, but it seems like next year is probably the year that he will enter the job market once again. It'll be interesting to see him on TV because he's had some pretty hilarious pressers over the years. Mike McDaniel continues to interview for offensive coordinator positions. Brian Flores could be a name to watch on the coaching market. He's interviewing for coordinator positions around the league. And Matt Nagy, he's interviewed with Baltimore already. I believe he's got interviews set up with the Titans and the Falcons. His contract is up with the Chiefs. Jack, I know that you probably agree with the sentiment that you are kind of hoping to move on from Matt Nagy, although who knows how much of a say he really has in the Andy Reid offense. But Matt Nagy is a free agent. He is not under contract with the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs have not reportedly interviewed any coordinators to fill his position. Is there a timetable when you think the Chiefs will start to interview, or do you think that if Matt Nagy doesn't get a head coaching position that he's back with the Chiefs?
Well, I just don't know if I see Matt Nagy coming back to the Chiefs. And let's be honest here. I mean, to me, it really doesn't matter who the OC is. We all know who's making the play calls here. And I can see a guy like Mike McDaniel, if he was approached by the Chiefs, looking at that job and going, well, if Eric Bieniemy was here as the OC for years, where they had the number one offense in the league and he never got a head coaching job, what do you believe that says? And I know people said, it was how he interviewed and this and that. To me, it's always been about, they know Andy Reid is the one making these play calls, whether that be for the best or that be for the worst. I feel fully that the Chiefs are going to hire either a former protege of Andy Reid, Mike Kafka comes to mind.
Yeah.
I could see that being the perfect fit. And I know Patrick Mahomes got along with him very well being his quarterback coach. That to me is probably at the top of their list. But if it's not Mike Kafka, it's likely somebody within, somebody you can just put.
Do you think
right
Mahomes
there.
has much of a say? Because he's had a say in their draft. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he had a say in who they bring back as coach, because he brought up Kafka. I mean, is Mahomes someone you consult when it comes to bringing in a new lead assistant?
I'm sure you can a little bit, but at the end of the day, I feel it's going to be what's best for the staff here. And for the staff, they're going to go off with what Andy Reid says. And I don't believe he's going to want to bring in somebody that has a different way of thinking. I believe he wants to bring in somebody that knows the offense. They're not going to have to teach him all over again. And yeah, it'd be nice to have a younger guy, maybe somebody down the road that could take the reins from Andy Reid. But to me, any of those big name coordinators out there, Cliff Kingsbury, Mike McDaniel, I just don't see it. I see the Chiefs rather hiring somebody that has worked with Andy Reid before and can make that coaching staff a little bit more comfortable.
Do you think Matt Nagy will get a head coaching job? I love how the Twitter accounts always post that they've completed interviews with coaches, and it's mostly a crowdsource to see how their fans feel about it, because they post it and then I'm sure they're sleuthing the comments to see, okay, are our fans happy or upset that we're interviewing this candidate? Because the Matt Nagy interviews, it's mostly been Chiefs fans saying, please take him, and their own fans saying, oh my gosh, this would be an awful hire. Do you think Matt Nagy really is a legitimate candidate for some of these jobs?
Well, I always believed it was way blown out of proportion of him being a bad coach in Chicago. I mean,
Did you see the interview that he had on this weekend? I think it was the Fox pregame show, where they basically gave him the list of like all the players, like anonymous comments about him as a coach.
I had actually missed that.
Man, it's a tough watch.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to go back and listen. And I'm sure that Chicago pinned it on locker room issue. He lost control of the locker room. We see that all the time. It's the easiest thing to blame a coach with it's not necessarily the on-field stuff. It's what's going on behind the scenes. It's the easiest cop-out answer of firing somebody. But I do believe Matt Nagy did a fine job in Chicago. Bears fans would tell you otherwise, but he took a Mitch Trubisky-led team to 12-4, and they had the top seed in the NFC. And if it wasn't for Cody Parkey double doinking that field goal, they're in the NFC Championship game instead of Philadelphia. Still, when you look at who's out there, I don't know why you'd want to coming off of this year. The Chiefs were horrific, for lack of a better word. They were terrible offensively. And what team is going to look at that and go, well, it didn't work with Patrick Mahomes, but I'm sure it can work with our upstart quarterback. I don't see it being that way unless somebody like a Mike Borgonzi who has Chiefs ties would want to do that. I know he's interviewed for the Titans job, but at the end of the day, I don't see it being likely. He's probably going to have to go take an OC job elsewhere. And for him, he might be looking for some place where he does get 100% responsibility in play calling.
And I think that's what a lot of coordinators want. I think that's the one thing that when Cliff Kingsbury took the OC job with the Commanders, it was the thing that he loved the most about it. He could have full control of the offense. It could be his offense. And I think that's one thing that coaches like Mike McDaniel are going to want. And I think that Jack brings up a great point that maybe the Chiefs could look to promote internally or bring a guy in that could be the next guy. This feels like, and I think that I'm surprised as many jobs have opened as there has been. I thought that this year's coaching cycle didn't have that slam dunk candidate. Last year, there was Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel. Those were the two guys that you had to get. And of course, Liam Cohen came in and was an excellent head coach in his first season at the helm. This year, there's really not that number one name out there. I think that when you have to interview, other than the guys that were fired, similar such as Mike Tomlin, who's probably not going to coach this year, and John Harbaugh, who is going to coach this year and was not a head coaching candidate, but there's not really that surefire name. Mike McDaniel, I think that he's kind of in the Matt Nagy realm where it was like he had a lot of success early on, and then I think he got overwhelmed by the inexperience. I don't think there's really any name that really gets me fired up if I were to enter the head coaching cycle. And I'm sure, Chiefs fans or teams that had coaches on the hot seat and didn't make moves, that's why they didn't. And the Chiefs were never going to fire Andy Reid. I don't think he's going to retire. I think he's got 2 to 3 years left. But I don't think this is the coaching cycle that you really want to go get a head coach, because you're asking, okay, let's go interview Arthur Smith for the 8th year in a row. Jason Garrett is getting job interviews. You're hearing other interviews like Chris Shula, who's in his first year as the defensive coordinator. It's not a good year to get into the coaching market. And I think that's why the Chiefs have to feel pretty good about where they're at. And there's more good coordinators on the market, like a Cliff Kingsbury. It wouldn't surprise me if they brought him in as a pseudo analyst or co-offensive coordinator with an Eric Bieniemy, just to have another voice in there that is familiar with working with Patrick Mahomes, because I thought I remembered the relationship between Mahomes and Bieniemy was not exactly that strong. Am I correct in that, Jack, that Mahomes and Bieniemy near the end were not exactly seeing eye to eye?
I think it was a little bit exaggerated just how things ended with them losing in the AFC Championship game and blowing that 21-3 lead. But I do feel that some of the frustration came from players that didn't like getting, lit into, because that was what Eric Bieniemy brought to the table. I mean, he did not care if you were Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, or some practice squad guy. If you were not doing what was asked of you to do, he was going to light you up. I mean, if you've been to St. Joe for training camp, there were a couple of practices that he came unglued on some guys. And that's just coaching style, I feel a lot of people enjoyed that. I know Travis Kelce loved it, of just having someone who could hold you accountable. And some guys, they didn't like it. They didn't like it when it's 105 degrees in St. Joe and you got some little drill going on and you're just getting blown up in front of everybody by this offensive coordinator. But I never had too much of an issue with Bieniemy. I mean, clearly go back then, that was an explosive offense. And over the last couple of years, it's been tougher to watch. But if that was, an opportunity for him again, I'm sure he'd take it, no questions asked. But for the Chiefs, is that the route they want to go? Eric Bieniemy is, I believe, in his 60s, and Andy Reid is likely getting closer to retirement. Do you want to have two guys on the staff that might be done in a year or two? I guess that's something they're going to have to decide up there in the front office.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think that Bieniemy got a lot of flack for some of his style, but it seems like that might be a move to bring him back, if not as a receiver coach, because the Chiefs are going to need a new receiver coach. That might be interesting to see who they look to target for that position as well, if they head to the pro ranks or if they just promote within. We'll see. All right, games on tap tonight. Iowa at Purdue is a big one. Bennett Sturts and Ben McCullum head on the road to West Lafayette. The undefeated Vanderbilt Commodores head down to Austin to take on Texas. The number 14 North Carolina Tar Heels for an ACC matchup, a historical ACC matchup. North Carolina takes on Stanford tonight. Michigan takes on Washington. Duke travels to Cal. So both of the North Carolina schools are out in California tonight. Duke at Cal and North Carolina at Stanford. And then TCU at BYU tonight. Jack, you don't have to say one of these games that you'll be watching if you're not going to be watching them. But Wednesday night, what do you got planned on tap this evening?
Well, I know I'll definitely be tuning in to K-State and UCF just because we got to know what we're talking about tomorrow, right? Now, I'll definitely be tuning into my Stanford Cardinal against UNC there. That should be a blast. You got a Corey who's been one of the best freshmen, maybe the most underrated freshman out there in college basketball. And you got Caleb Wilson, too, with North Carolina. This Stanford team, I know I'm a Stanford homer, but right now they're projected, I believe, as an 11 seed in the NCAA tournament. They've done a really good job this year of holding their own in the ACC. They're still going to need a couple of signature wins because last year they were hovering as a bubble team, and then at the very end they collapsed a little bit and were on the outside looking in. But if you're looking for that signature win, absolutely need it over North Carolina. So those two college games will likely be on my TV tonight.
Is there any TV shows that you've been really into recently? I know you're a big Survivor guy, probably excited for season 50, but what TV shows you been getting into?
Oh yeah, I'm so hooked on Traitors. Traitors came out with their newest season.
What's that?
It's on Peacock. Oh man, it's the
is that the reality TV one?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They just released the first 3 episodes last week, and then this coming Thursday, so tomorrow, they'll release 2 more episodes. Then after that, it's just 1 a week. And I can't get enough of it. It is the show that I am so hooked on. If you have a Peacock membership, I cannot recommend enough. It's been winning awards the last 2 years. They've got the US version. They've got the UK version. It is just such a brilliant game style and how they conjured up all this stuff. And they've got a bunch of reality stars, from different backgrounds, people from Survivor, people from Big Brother, people from Love Island. You've got, people from Dancing with the Stars, and you put them all in one room, and it's basically a murder mystery. It's too tough to explain over the air, but I promise you're not going to be discombobulated when you turn it on episode 1.
I remember you talking about that when I was interviewing an athlete, and I remember listening to you and you talking about it with Shane, and you've got my attention. And, of course, you're going to need Peacock tonight because K-State plays on Peacock tonight. So better fire up those memberships or text somebody who does. I know I had to fire mine up this weekend to watch a movie. So if you don't have a Peacock membership, well, tonight might be the night to get one to see the fighting K-State Wildcats take on UCF. All right, when we come back, we'll wrap up the show with a Who Am I Wednesday. I'll give you some facts about an athlete. You'll text and see who is the athlete, and whoever wins will get a reward as to be determined by one Pat Strathman. So that'll be how we wrap up the show when we return here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Protect your playbook and your business with Red Axe Shredding. From paper to hard drives, they securely destroy it all. From home offices to large businesses, Red Axe offers secure on-site and off-site shredding you can trust. Fast, affordable, and 100% confidential. Call Red Axe Shredding today at 316-869-2215 or visit redaxe.co. Trust the pros. Shred with Red Axe.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can. Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
Hey, ESPN Wichita, we're getting you ready for the NFL's divisional round at Gillies and Park City this Saturday. Come hang out with us at the Golden Circle Sports Bar on the 3rd floor with 2 50-foot screens as football season barrels towards Super Sunday. Every seat is the best seat in the house at the Golden Circle on game day. Come enjoy some good eats, nice cold beverages, Saturday the 17th at Gillies Park City with ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome back to The Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo filling in for Pat Strathman here for about the final 5 minutes of today's show. If you missed any of it, you can head to the podcast page, espnwichita.com/podcast, or look up The Pulse on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Check that out. Or if you're really cool, you've got the ESPN Wichita app already downloaded in your phone, and you will download it on there. So be sure to check that out. We talked KU. We talked K-State, we talked Royals, talked Shockers, and we got some headlines. Feel like we did a pretty good job today. Feel like we crossed all the boxes on what was necessary to talk about today, so we appreciate you for being here with us. Don't forget, coming up tonight, overtime, then ESPN coverage, but don't go anywhere after this show. It'll be Curtis Seabolt, Soren Petro, and the program. But it's time now to wrap up the show with Who Am I Wednesday, which I have forgotten what exactly Pat gives away in this segment. I know it's not Tanker Barbecue, but there will be something to win on the text line, 316-247-0923. I'm sure Pat will get you some swag, whether that be a pint glass or a ESPN Wichita tumbler. Something will be gifted to you if you win today. It's Who Am I Wednesday. I will give you some facts about an athlete. You will try to guess who it is. All you have to do is text on the text line, 316-247-0923. That's the text line. Text us your guess on who it is for this Who Am I Wednesday. It is the birthday of this former baseball player born on January 14th, 1984. After his junior season, this player entered the 2005 amateur draft. Scott Boras was his agent when he entered the draft. He went 9th overall to a American League Central organization. We're not going to give you a freebie here. We're going to make you guess it. One of the things that this player is known for, this baseball pitcher is known for, is licking his hands over the course of the game. The Wall Street Journal counted one start and said that he did this 89 times over the course of a game. This player made his major league debut on July 8th, 2006. He earned a win, 17-3. He was then sent down to AAA, pitched well for the Mets, not the team he was it was the team he was drafted by. He would have success later in that season. He finished the season in 2007 at 3-8. In 2008, he pitched well and would end the season in 2008 with a complete game shutout of the Atlanta Braves. He would stick with the Mets from 2009 to 2012 before he hit free agency after Tommy John surgery and would sign with the Minnesota Twins. The Twins retired his number 34, and it was assigned him number 37. 316-247-0923. Finishes the 2015 season with a 4.26 ERA, his best since his rookie campaign, and had one of the highest whips in Major League Baseball. He would then sign with the Tigers in 2015 before moving on to the White Sox for the final year of his career in 2017. He would then become an assistant coach at Newman University in 2018 before finding a new job at Wichita State as their pitching coach under head coach Eric Wedge. He would remain with the program until 2023 when Lauren Hibbs was let go, and he would not return in 2024. This former pitcher is now serving as the head baseball coach at Capon Mount Carmel High School. You got a guess? Send it to us. 316-247-0923. Got two people with the answer correct. It is Mike Pelfrey, former Shocker, former Falcon at Wichita Heights. Mike Pelfrey is our answer for a Who Am I Wednesday. Good friend of the Shane Dennis Show. Probably on the Mount Rushmore of ESPN Wichita interviews when he came on and had the tell-all about the final days of his coaching tenure at Wichita State. Mike Pelfrey. Happy birthday, Mike Pelfrey, former Shocker, former Falcon for Wichita Heights. That will do it for me for the week. Pat will be back tomorrow. It'll be your regularly scheduled Thursday show. They'll run the spread. They'll talk to Brian Haney. They'll have a top 3 Thursday. They'll recap K-State and UCF, and you'll have a chance to win a ticket to free Tanker Barbecue. All right, that'll do it for producer Jack Johnson. I'm Chance Lebo saying thanks so much for listening. Don't go anywhere. Soren Petro in the program coming up next on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
I'm clear. Good work, Chance.
Thanks, Jack.